I've been informed by BMA that they are having a quarterly review meeting which started at 8:30 today. Then they will be joining us at the time when they are presenting 10:30. Chair, over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Matonsi, and thanks very much, members, and good morning. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee meeting. Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all DDGs, in absentia, the Border Management Authority, which the Minister or the DM will brief the committee the implications of their absence in the first presentation of the Home Affairs, if there may be issues that are related to the work of the Border Management Authority. In the absence, I don't know how we'll deal with them. We also welcome the Parliamentary Legal Services, Chief State Law Advisors, and all in attendance and officials. Members, as you note that in our last meeting, we had grappled with the items and the committee decided to focus on the APPs and also adoption of the minutes that we ought to depose for affidavits on the extension of the marriage bill. There are some of the items that we agree that they will roll over as we proceed with the work of the committee in this fourth quarter. As a result of that decision, we decided that we need to also deal with the two items that related to APP. You recall that we're supposed to deal with or get a report on the Easter work by the Border Management Authority. But because of the various issues that are being raised around the work of the Border Management Authority and the law enforcement agencies, but also the matter that was raised by DDG Moetse about the TRN during our presentation, when we were receiving presentation by the SIU. And that meeting therefore agreed that it would be important we engage with the Department of Transport or Cross-Border Transport Agency around these issues. And also you'll note that during the Easter weekend, there were buses, those that we know or are aware of, that were intercepted by the good work of the provincial government of Free State, the Department of Transport and Safety, with undocumented foreign nationals, though at their transit at the borderline, all which were supposed to have been done were certified to be correct. So we've then engaged with the Honorable Slamlela, the portfolio chairperson of transport. We then agreed that we were going to facilitate a joint meeting that will receive the Easter report by the Border Management Authority and also the report on cross-border transport agency in terms of their work, collaboration with the Border Management Authority, and also get a report from DDG Moetse around the concerns that they've identified around the TRT, so that we have a comprehensive understanding on the weaknesses that are emerging within our mainstream of the transportation that are linked to the work of the border authorities. There's a growing concern about the transportation of the buses that are transporting people from other countries into our country. and there are mechanisms that we think that must engage. And I think this matter was earlier raised in one of the committee meeting in terms of the punishment that is exerted on those that are found to be outside your law, and the responsibility was not residing with the border management authority. So it is that background that we thought is necessary and important that we have a joint meeting so that we get a comprehensive response around this conversation. Will inform both Ministry Chrissy and Ministry Schreiber and Deputy Minister Jabulo and Deputy Minister Hlengwa around the intention of this joint meeting. We've already starting to facilitate the correspondence. So I wanted to raise this matter so that it is clear why we've also dropped the item on the BMA. We'll do that before we adopt the APPs for budget vote, so that there's a clear understanding on the work that we're doing. Next week, we're going to have a conduct oversight, particularly focusing on the modernization hub, the IT area, and the progress that has been made and challenges that have been confronted by the department. I'm fully aware that or have been alerted by WhatsApp that there are people who are mobilizing to disrupt the committee when we visit the hub in one of your entities or one of offices. And I think the understanding that we must have and we must move out is a decision of the portfolio committee to conduct the oversight as guided by the Constitution, but also as an arm of the state. And we're not going there to which hunt the department or solicit a favor from some parts of those that have concerns, or to demonstrate that we want to fight with the system, but we are there to conduct an oversight where responsibility and accountability must be accounted for. You know very well the ministry and the DG that the portfolio committee will hold you to account. So it must be clear from this meeting and clear from those that are misleading some of our employees there, and those that are mobilizing within those employees to attempt to disrupt the work of the portfolio committee. There must be a clear sign that we have responsibility as a committee to conduct oversight on any matter that the Constitution empower this committee to hold you to account on the issues that are rising. So with those words, I want to welcome all of us. The last item we'll deal with is the Parliamentary Legal Services. They will brief us on the issues that we have agreed on, and also the legal team of the Department of Home Affairs around the conversation. The committee has resolved that they must consult so that they brief the portfolio committee. We may stretch a bit in terms of time, but we must satisfy the work, and members of the committee have an opportunity to interface with all the reports and the presentation, and those that we're presenting are able to engage with the committee. Mr. Matonzi, can I invite you for item number 2?
Yes, Chairperson, from my side, I've got an apology from Ms. Mohammed and also Ms. Machi. They will not be in the meeting. And also there's an apology from the minister. I know he's here in the meeting, that is requesting to leave at 1:30 for an urgent meeting that was prior arranged. I think that's all, Chair, from my side.
Any apology from the ministry? DG,
Good morning, Chair. Nothing from my side except noting the early departure request. Thanks.
DG. Thank you, Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, DM and honorable members. I'm not sure if DDG Mavusa has managed to join. He's on a work visit to Botswana. So he did indicate that if the engagement continues beyond 9, he might have to continue with the other meeting. So he's requested us to send through his apology. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Parliamentary Legal Services.
Morning, Chair. Sorry, what is the input that is required from our side?
We have invited item number 2 on apologies, if there's any.
No, there's none on our side, Chairperson. The people that are required to be here are here.
The Chief Legal Advisor.
Good morning, Chair. We are here present for the meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We must know that Honorable Mohammed is not well. Is a standing apology. She has not been well for some time. And I'm sure that all the time we note the apology. We'll notify members of the committee and all our stakeholders when she's recovered and we wish a speedy recovery. We're now going to invite the Minister to introduce the annual report.
Thank you very much.
The APP.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and again, good morning to all honorable members as well as the officials and colleagues who are joining for this engagement. Chair, as you mentioned, we are here to present the APP for the upcoming financial year. From my side, Chair, really to just emphasize that it is an acceleration of the reform journey that we are on. I think if we compare this year's APP with last year, it gives a good sense of how the previous year was really about laying the foundation for the work in this 7th administration. Some of the basic foundations required for the reform journey that we call Home Affairs at Home and the digital transformation that really sits at the heart of that particular journey. And if one then casts an eye to this particular APP, I think you will see, Chair, that there's a lot of building on that foundation that is now taking place. So a real intensifying from the department side of a number of the reforms that we engaged with the committee on last year. And I think that is as it should be, honorable members, where in year 1 of an administration, you want to really provide the direction, indicate the vision and the direction in which you are traveling, and in many ways just lay that foundation, make some of the conceptual changes, policy changes that are required. And I think in year 2, we would want to see that acceleration in the same direction. So I think, Chair, that is important. We are not presenting an APP that deviates from the policy direction we've taken. I think the committee will see that it is coherent and the department is in a logical way prioritizing and pursuing the very same direction. So I think that is important. One would not want to see APPs one year after the other that are incoherent or don't reflect a particular or clear vision. And I think that is captured in this presentation. Chair, I think a number of the initiatives will not be new, but I think members would be able to engage with them in reference to where we started last year, whether we're thinking about the expansion in access to civic services, whether we are thinking about the ETA and the work that is underway to scale that up. So I think those are really some of the initiatives that that the key question is how do we now accelerate them? And I think over the last few months, we've really, I think, received. We have a great deal of confidence, Chair, that the department is moving in the right direction. And I want to appreciate the honourable members, many of whom sent me parliamentary questions focused on essentially how do we accelerate some of this work. And it really is something for me that seems like a cross-party support for a lot of the reforms that we require. And I do appreciate that. And of course, the question is, how can we accelerate? How can we do more to speed up this particular journey? So, Chair, I would really appreciate the inputs from the honourable members. I think the department would benefit from a discussion that delves into exactly that question. So with that said, Chair, I think it's safe to hand over to the department, DG and his team, to then take us through an APP which is all about building on a foundation and accelerating in the same direction that we have been working on all together in this ecosystem over the last 21 or so months. And with your permission, Chair, I'm happy to hand over to DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Once more, good morning to you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, honorable members, the team from the Parliamentary Legal Services and the Office of the State Law Advisor. I think it will be amiss, Chair, if I don't introduce the team from the department, in particular because they'll be responding to some of the questions, joined by the CFO, Mr. Gordon Hollamby, and then, of course, the acting CIO, Leon Duprier, DDG, Thomas Segama, responsible for civics, Advocate Constance Moitse, responsible for counter-corruption and security services. And then, of course, we also indicated earlier on that DDG Mavuso might join the meeting. From HR, it's acting DDG, Charlotte Mock. And then from Strategy and Planning, it's Rian Pio. And then from Legal Services, Advocate Moses Malakate. And then from the Ministry, Advocate Andre Gam and Mozi Njoko. And then from the Deputy Minister's Office, Mamiso Nganana and Kayagazi Dasi. So with your permission, Chairperson, if I can then ground the video for better connectivity.
Thanks, DG.
Thank you. Mozi, if we can have it on a slide mode. I think the Minister has given quite an elaborate introduction for the APP. We have about 82 slides, Chair. I'm not going to take you through the entire 82 slides. I will focus on 43 slides, including those that the CFO will present on the budget. And then the others are really annexures that are related to the APP targets per quarter, what we're planning for the quarterly. Those are breakdowns for each quarter. So if we can go to slide number 2, then gives you a flavor in terms of the contents or the outline of the presentation. I'm not sure, Mozi, if you are able to move the slides to a presentation mode. So the outline will include, of course, the purpose, the vision, the mission, the mandate, values, outcomes, and the impact statement. And then, of course, Chair, the new Home Affairs at Home, the vision that the Minister spoke about, the contribution that we're making to the National Development Plan, and then, of course, our contribution to the Medium-Term Development Plan. And then there were 4 SONA commitments that were made by the President, including those that are related to the BMA, and then, of course, other departmental priorities. And then, of course, key elements of digital transformation and the supporting targets. And of course, there are about 10 of these that we'll focus on. And then there are other APP targets on a branch level. And then, of course, the strategic plan 2025 to 2030, the outcome indicators and targets. And then we'll also share the overview of the budget by the CFO and then the recommendation. Of course, I did say earlier on that the detailed breakdown of the APP targets is also included as annexures. So the purpose, as the Minister has indicated, on slide number 3, it's really to present our APP for the Department of Home Affairs for the 26-27 financial year, and also the budget similarly for the 26-27 financial year, right up to the outer years, 28-29. If you move to slide number 4, Chair, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, just to remind the committee that our vision remains that of delivering home affairs at home, in particular to ensure that we have a digitally transformed organization that contributes in terms of economic growth and job creation, enhances national security, and deliver efficient and dignified services to citizens. You will recall that our services, Chair, are in these two categories: civic services and immigration services, and then, of course, the mandate of citizenship and civil registration, and then management of international migration, management of refugee protection. The outcomes are clearly stated at the bottom. I would like to highlight just the values because I think it's important that every time when we're here, we do share with the committee that our higher purpose remains that of building a home affairs that delivers dignity and works for all. Of course, our pursuit of this higher purpose is anchored in the following values: ethical conduct, courageous action, innovative thinking, caring interactions, and being solutions approaches or solutions-oriented approaches. And then the mission is right at the top. But critical is to emphasize the impact statement, which is really the complete digital transformation of Home Affairs into a digital-first department to ensure, Chair, that there is citizen empowerment and the delivery of dignified services to clients. So that's really what is on that slide. So if you move to slide number 5, it really speaks to the new Home Affairs or the Home Affairs at home. You will recall, Chair, that our strategic plan for 2025 to 2030 and the digital transformation strategy actually form the bedrock of the vision to digitally transform the Department of Home Affairs. Of course, our desired end state is to make sure that all our services that we offer for civic services, immigration, and refugee services are delivered in a decentralized manner through electronic channels so that we are able to expand our footprint. But importantly, it's to deliver dignity for all. Of course, this vision, you will note that it's quite expressed in the apex priorities of the GNU, which is anchored in the need to grow the economy, create jobs, reduce poverty, and build a capable and developmental state. We would like to reiterate that, Chair, a digitally transformed DHA will make a substantial contribution to the fulfillment of these priorities that I've outlined by positioning the department as an economic enabler through immigration reform, expanding access by providing those enabling documents, and of course, key, it's how we use technology to revolutionize the way in which government delivers services in South Africa. Of course, digital transformation of Home Affairs has the potential to unlock further additional benefits by providing a central platform to digitize additional government services. Of course, unlocking this value is what motivates us, amongst others, to really adopt these technologies that the Minister spoke about, including rethinking business processes and models, changing the organizational culture and mindset. This is work that is being led excellently by the DM, and of course, improving customer experiences through digital channels. And we're getting a lot of feedback, including from some members of the committee, on how they're experiencing some of these digital channels. And of course, how do we then leverage data analytics for better decision making? You earlier spoke about, in your introduction, the work that we did for the Department of Transport, which I think the Department of Transport has now secured a proclamation on the traffic register number. And the team at Counter-Corruption and Security Services used data analytics to analyze more than million records that then gave us those results. So if you look at the next slide, just basically illustrates graphically the work that we're doing in terms of where the department would like to go in terms of application for documents, whether it's birth, whether it's death, whether it's marriage, and then the recognition, official recognition for verification, work that we're already doing through the ETA, payment via online channels, and then of course the chosen delivery method, whether it is at home or at your chosen destination. So let's then move to the next slide that then speaks about our contribution as a department to the National Development Plan. The major focus, of course, as you will recall, Chair and honorable members, is to confront the interlinked challenges of poverty, inequality, and employment by achieving higher growth rates. And our contribution to these priorities is to ensure that there's inclusion of all citizens in democracy. We are aware that the IEC has set aside the weekend of the 20th and the 21st of June, and we will be working with the IEC to ensure that we do provide citizens with enabling documents so that they're able to exercise their rights and services in preparation for the local government elections. The second one is really a priority around the acquisition of critical skills. This is work that we do with DED, but also we're doing this work now with the National Treasury, where they are identifying skills that they also believe will assist in economic growth. And then, of course, through the PMA, when they come and present, they'll be able to share with the committee the work that they're doing in order to ensure that our borders are effectively protected, secured, and well managed. And then, of course, we do play a critical role in regional development by working with SADC countries through the Department of DERCO to establish efficient, secure, and managed migration. Of course, the last point to make is really that we'll want to exploit the opportunities that are presented by digital technologies and work that we are doing around AI-enabled ETA will form part of this work so that we're able to reduce fraud, but also the cost of doing business by enabling e-government, which will attract more investment into the country. So let's then move to the commitments that we have in the MTDP. Chairperson, there are really two commitments that we have. The first one is to drive inclusive growth and job creation. And the second one, it's really to build a capable and developmental state. So just to focus on the first one, if we were to look at the one on driving inclusive growth and job creation, the strategic intervention here, Chair, is to reform the visa regime so that we're able to attract, as I've said, skills, promote investment, and grow tourism in support of economic growth and job creation. You will recall, Chair, that some of these initiatives emanate from phase one of Operation Vulindlela, which is led by the team in the presidency. And then some of them now form part of what we call phase two of Operation Vulindlela. So the strategic intervention indicators highlighted there include initiatives that we have implemented to attract skills, to promote investment and grow the tourism sector. In terms of the two, you'll note that we introduced what is known as a trusted tour operator scheme. I think by the end of April or March, we had about 65,469 tourists from China and India in particular that came through the TITOS. And then, of course, that scheme will now mothball it into the ETA during this financial year because we're of the view that the ETA has better capabilities to detect some elements that we've picked up around fraud on the TITOS. And then, of course, the Trusted Employer Scheme, which has really been embraced by major multinational companies that are really investing in this country. And then, of course, the second strategic intervention indicator that we have there, it's the reduction in the processing time for work visas. We're already seeing quite good work that is being done on the ETA. But here we'll want to make sure that at least 95% of critical skills visa outcomes are issued within 4 weeks. Similarly, with a general work visa. And then at the end of the term, more or less the same. The last point there, it's the implementation of the electronic travel authorization, which is quite an innovative way that we have really come to embrace as the department since I think around the 29th of October to the 31st of March 2026. It was launched just before the G20, and to date, we've been able to at least get about 126,000 applications from the 4 countries that had been selected: China, Malaysia, India, and Indonesia. And some of them using AI, which is really quite an exciting innovation. At least more than 35,000 or so were not finalized because they failed the liveliness test, but also had fraudulent passports. So these innovations are also assisting us to deal with issues related to malfeasance. So the second one, which is really building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and the strategic intervention here is to ensure that all South Africans can obtain smart and digital IDs and e-passports. You will note, Chair, that there are 4 strategic intervention indicators. The first one, it's really the replacement of green barcoded IDs with smart ID cards. Exciting work that we are doing in this space. We'll want to make sure that at least those that still have these green barcoded IDs are able to apply for smart ID cards. The number is declining from the 16 million since the expansion work that we're doing with the banks. More than 67,000 applications for smart ID cards have been applied for at the banks. And the midterm target is now to ensure that the issuance of green ID books is discontinued. And then, of course, by the end of term, we'll want to ensure that there's universal enrollment in smart ID system. And then, of course, the second one is the introduction of a digital ID with remote authentication. And then by midterm, we'll want to make sure that the digital ID is created and the digital wallet is launched. And then by the end of term, 15 additional documents or credentials added into the wallet. And then I think I've spoken, Chair, about the number of bank branches that will be equipped with live capture or have been equipped with live capture. Of interest is to indicate that we're moving at a very exciting pace. By the end of March, 31st March 2026, we had 102 branches, in addition to the 30 that already were participating. And that number from the 1st of April to the 17th of April has now grown to 44. So in total, we now have about 146 bank branches that are really participating in this, which therefore means that we've really expanded our footprint and people can apply for smart IDs, reissues from everywhere where they are. And of course, by midterm, we'll want to extend that to 1,000 bank branches. The minister spoke about acceleration. If you look at the work that we're doing with the banks, we're of the view that we might even achieve that target much earlier before the end of term. And then, of course, the introduction and issuance of e-passport will be one of the focus areas. So those are really the 2 main strategic interventions that are in the MTDP. So if we can move to the next page, the next slide then speaks to the SONA commitments that we were announced by the president. There were actually 4 focus areas. The first one is the electronic travel authorization. I think I've spent a lot of time talking about that. And the commitment is that we'll need to extend the ETA to all countries that require a visa, enabling applications for tourists to be processed digitally within 24 hours. It actually happens even it's within a very short period of time, utilizing AI. And then, of course, we'll want to extend the ETA to all international airports, including the land ports of entry. There's exciting work that we currently are doing through the acting CIO and the BMA to make sure that this is implementing, including work that we are doing with the revenue services. Second one is really around illegal migration. The president announced that we need to take additional steps to secure our borders. To this extent, there's an IMC that has been set up, and we are making contributions through the minister and the DM, which is really looking at the issue around illegal migration. And of course, amongst others, it will include issues around infrastructure, technology, the capacity that needs to be built, how the borders is secured, including work with the SANDF, SAPS, ourselves, labor inspectors, and the BMA. And then, of course, on digital identity, we intend to launch the digital identity to ensure that you have this safe and secure use of digital services for all South Africans. Again, in this specific area, we hope that in May, the minister will announce that at least the draft regulations around this work will be out for public comments. And then, of course, the rollout of smart ID cards and passport at banks. This is in addition to the work that we are currently doing with the banks. So that's really the commitments that were made by the president. I'm going to move a bit faster on slide number 11, because these are really other key departmental priorities. Chairperson, you earlier indicated that you're visiting the department, in particular, Silverton, to look at this initiative where we'll want to ensure that we digitize more than 340 million paper-based South African civic services record and modernizing civic services. So you should be able to see this work practically at the site when you do visit sometimes next week. Amazing work that we currently are doing. And then, of course, the continuity with regards to the modernization of the DHA, utilizing information and communication technology. And then we'll want to continue, Chair, with the implementation of the DHA reposition program to give effect to the white paper, which is now policy. And then, of course, the acceleration and rollout of smart ID cards to all eligible persons. And then the automation, not only of birth, but also including death, marriage, and any other enabling documents. And then, of course, we'll also want to ensure that we redesign some of our offices to create this DHA model office to facilitate the efficient processing of applications in offices, the use of non-traditional channels. Of course, you do know that we do have a fleet of these mobile trucks, and then the partnership with the public and private institutions. We've spoken extensively about the partnership with the banks, and also working with other local government structures that are assisting us. And then, of course, we'll want to ensure that we obtain and maintain an unqualified audit. And then the implementation of Protection of Personal Information Act, and then supporting the DDM, and then implement our plan in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And of course, also deal with issues of gender, youth and persons with disabilities that we will promote. And then, of course, critical is to make sure that we comply with our international, regional, and also our own commitments. And then, of course, that includes constitutional obligations that we have. So if you look at the next slide then basically speaks to key elements of digital transformation. That's just a digital illustration of the work that we are doing, Chairperson. There we are at the top. It's digitalization of records, and then the enrollment in the smart ID applications, and then the discontinuation of the green ID book, and then the digital channels or automation of channels, and then the visa reforms that I spoke about, change management that we currently are working on, and then the digital identity, the electronic travel authorization partnership with banking sector, training and digital technology, and then, of course, in the middle, it's the e-passport. So that picture then shows you the 10 key elements that we're focusing on on digital transformation for the DHA. So if we can move to slide number 13, basically we're now going into the details about that. You will recall, Chair, that for the 25-26 financial year, we had committed that we will have this foundational public key infrastructure, or PKI, and digital identity element implemented. So what did we do? We conducted the readiness assessment for hosting. We're able to finalize commercial agreements with a number of banks for verifications. And then, of course, we also ensured that the digital identity was tabled after approval by the minister before cabinet. And then, of course, for the 26-27 financial year, we'll want to ensure that the hosting of the infrastructure for digital identity is completed. And then we'll also want to focus on the National Identification and Registration Bill, which we intend to submit to Cabinet for approval for publishing for public comments. And then for 26-27, that's the outer years, we'll want to make sure that digital identity is operational. Of course, including the verifiable credentials are issued via digital wallet. And the outer year target is to make sure that the verifiable and agreed credentials are added to the wallet. Of course, with regards to the National Identification and Registration Bill, by 27-28, we'll want to make sure that that bill, once it's been considered by your committee, it's then submitted finally to the cabinet, or once cabinet is finalized, it's submitted to yourselves to introduce the bill into Parliament. And then I think we've spoken about the electronic travel authorization, Chair. In 2025-26, we started exciting work for the ETA. And then, of course, for this financial year, we'll want to make sure that the ETA solution is then extended, in particular for visitors, furthermore, for study and also for work. We'll also strive to ensure that the critical skills categories is also introduced. So there's quite a lot that we're doing with regards to the ETA. And then by 27-28, we'll want to make sure that the ETA solution is then introduced for all visa and permit categories. Once we do that, it won't be applicable in the outer year. On slide number 14, Chair, you will recall that in terms of the partnership with the banking sector, for the 25-26 financial year, we had committed that we'll want to ensure that the live capture integration platform for banks, this is the API gateway, or the application program interface, is developed. And then the 102 bank branches operational for smart ID cards. All this work has been done. In this financial year, we'll want to expand our presence to at least 200 bank branches integrated with live capture platform for smart ID cards, reissues, and passports reissues. And then, of course, by 2027-2028, we'll want to expand to 400 branches. As I indicated earlier, we might even be able to do some of this work even faster and earlier. But we'll also want to focus on first issues instead of just reissues. And then by the end of 28-29, an additional 400. So the second one speaks to digital channels, automation of processes. In the 25-26 financial year, we were able to work on the business requirement specifications for automation of birth registration. That was also reviewed to include new regulations. In the 26-27 financial year, given the work that we're doing, including with the Department of Health, we should be able to see our birth registration process digitized for registration of birth for the days that are illustrated from 0 to 30 days, and then 30 days to 1 year of age, inclusive of birth of non-citizens. We have to ensure that we record all births that's happening in the country. In fact, the UNHCR has been urging us to finalize this work. For the 27-28 financial year, we'll want to make sure that the late registration of birth process, it's digitized. This is for those that are 1 year to 14 years, people that will not have been able to register within the legislated 30-day period. Now, we're also moving towards digitizing marriage registration, the amendment process, but also the rectification process. Members of Parliament have sent us quite a number of queries with regards to some of these delays. And the delays are caused mainly because we also have to go and get the manual records. So you can imagine once those are digitized, the speed at which we'll be able to respond. And then, of course, by 28, 29, we'll want to make sure that all those processes are digitized: death, notice of adoption, and then divorce registration processes. The next one, it speaks to the enrollment in Smart ID, and then, of course, the discontinuation of Green ID book. You will note, Chair, that the Minister did issue a statement on this milestone achievement of more than 4 million Smart ID cards that were issued to citizens, naturalized citizens, and permanent resident permit holders that are 16 years of age and above. These are first and reissues. So you'll note that for this financial year, we're actually splitting this target into two. The first part speaks to 800 Smart ID cards issued to citizens and permanent residents turning 16 years, focusing mainly on first issues. So it's 800,000 for first issues, and then the replacement issues will be 2.2 million Smart ID cards issued to citizens and permanent residents 16 years of age and above. These are people that would have previously been issued with Smart ID cards. So if you combine the two, the target then becomes 3 million. And then similarly for the 27-28 financial year, and then the outer year as well. So the focus is on 3 million. And we hope that once the system has stabilized and the work that we're doing with the banks increases, we should be able to deliver even more. The next set of targets are really focused on the visa reforms. You'll note that the first area speaks to what we were able to do this financial year. 95% of critical skills visa outcomes issued. We're able to achieve that, and we're maintaining that target for the next 3 years as well. The second one speaks to 76% or 95% of general work visa outcomes issued. For this the previous financial year, we're sitting at around 76. Now we're moving it to 95. So it means we're not able to achieve that in the previous financial year. However, we'll want to maintain the 95% throughout the 3 years. And then, of course, the last one, business visa outcomes, we're able to achieve this one at 91%. Of course, these are unaudited figures that we're sharing. However, we're using that as a baseline for planning purposes. So for the next 3 years, we're pitching that at 90%, which we think we'll be able to deliver. And then the next slide number 17, then speaks to digitization of records. We're able to digitize 25,142,000 civic services records. And for 26-27, we're planning to digitize more, 25. And then 27-28, 25 million, and then the outer year as well, 25 million. That should take you to that number that we spoke about much earlier on. Training on digital literacy. This is to make sure that all our employees are equipped with basic digital literacy interventions, which is a mandatory work that we currently are doing. For the 25-26 financial year, at least 2,861 employees were trained. We're now targeting 2,000 for this financial year, and then 1,000 and 1,000. So that number then decreases, Chair and honorable members, because it would have completed our entire workforce, 7,861. Of course, these numbers decline due to natural attrition and other reasons. And then change management, we didn't have this target in the 25-26 financial year. However, we're of the view that we need to measure whether the change the culture change strategy and plan that is being implemented, are we making a difference? Are people seeing a difference when they visit our offices? So that's what we want to do. So that's phase one of what we call the flight plan. And then phase two is in 27-28, and then phase three, 28-29. And then, of course, on the e-passport, that concept document was approved by the minister in 25-26. In 26-27, we'll make sure that the functional design specifications for the e-passports will need to be considered and approved by the CIO. And then, of course, we want to start small within 27-28 with the issuance of diplomatic and official passports. And then in the outer years, we'll want to make sure that we now focus on all categories. So the next slides then deal with other supporting APP targets at a branch level. The first one, focusing mainly on civic services, 3 targets. The first one, it's 680. That's 100,000 birth registered within 30 days. That's what we were able to achieve in 25-26. And again, these figures are currently being audited by the AG. For the 26-27 financial year, we want to keep that number at 644,000. Similarly for the following year and the outer year. And this is precisely because of what we've shared with the committee before, that globally there's this declining birth rate, and you will have noted some countries even offering chairperson incentives for people to have babies. The second one, it's 96% of machine-readable adult passports. We were able to achieve that, and then we will keep our target at 90% for the next 3 years. And then on the adult, on the child passports, we're able to achieve at 98% more than. So that's 8% of what we had planned for, but we'll want to keep it at 90% throughout, taking into consideration other environmental factors. And then the next page, the 7 targets focuses mainly on immigration services, so the first 7. So the first one, it's on permanent residence permit outcomes finalized within 8 months. So that target sits at 85% for the next 3 years. The second one speaks to critical skills, that's section 27B, sitting at 85% throughout the next 3 years. So that's the commitment. And then so on your left, it's really where we are in terms of our achievement. And then for the permanent residence outcomes for business, we're sitting at 65 at the moment. For 26-27, we want to get to 85%. And then critical skills, 95%. General work, we want to focus on 95. And then inspectorate, law enforcement operations. This is work that we do with other law enforcement authorities. You'll know that we did achieve quite a lot, sitting at 8,353. However, we'll want to make sure that we maintain the target of 5,000 for 26-27 financial year, increasing that by 1,000 for 27-28, and the outer year another 1,000. This is precisely because of the capacity that we have. We have at least less than 800 law enforcement inspectors that we currently have. And then the 80% of new asylum applications is what we're able to achieve at our refugee status determination offices, so by the officers finalized. And the target for the next financial year, we're increasing that to at least 10 by 10%. So that sits now at 90 throughout. And then the deportations, we did quite well, more than 58,783 deportations conducted in the 25-26 financial year. And then for the 26-27 financial year, we'll want to have that target around 45,000. Again, it's the capacity that we currently have and the allocation that we have. However, working with other law enforcement authorities, we're of the view that that number we should be able to achieve. And then 27, 28, another 50,000, and then 45,000 for the outer year. The next one then speaks to targets in the DG's office. The first one is the Home Affairs Bill, which we were not able to finalize in the previous financial year because of discussions that are required with Presidency and National Treasury. They've written us their formal comments. However, for the 26-27 financial year, we'll want to ensure that the Home Affairs Bill, once we have had these discussions, is then submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval so that it can be introduced as a bill into Parliament. So that target is not applicable in the outer years. The second one speaks to the revised white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. You will recall that Cabinet has approved this white paper. It's now policy. For the 26-27 financial year, we'll want to really work on the legislative framework. And then, of course, that is the bill. And we hope that by 27-28, we should have finalized that work. Digital identity, we want to focus on the National Identification and Registration Bill submitted to Cabinet for consideration. Of course, we've already, or we are already working on the draft regulations. And then the finance section and supply chain, they did not have an indicator that spoke to audit action plans. In 26-27, given the qualified audit that we got, Chair, we're of the view that we need to make sure that 80% of audit action plans are implemented. This is what this committee asked us to do, to measure whether we are implementing these audit action plans. So we now have that target, and then we'll increase that to 90% and 100% by 28-29. And then the other one that's from finance is to make sure that at least for this financial year, 40% of public bids procurement are set aside for women-owned businesses. For this financial year, we're sitting at 65% again, unaudited, and I think this is quite a good performance by our finance team around that work. And then the next one speaks to the communication strategy. Again, unaudited, we're able to do 66 media engagements, 12 outreach, 12 campaigns. For the 26-27 financial year, we'll want to increase that at least 36 media engagements, 6 outreach, 12 campaigns. But we want to maintain the same throughout 27-28 and then the outer year as well. So collectively, for the next 3 years, it's about 108 media engagements that we're planning. And then there's a new performance indicator from Ops that focuses on life partnerships policy submitted to Cabinet for approval. I think given the challenges that we have, also highlighted by the SIU investigation, we'll really want to pay attention to this matter through development of this policy. Once we've done that in 27-28, we'll want to make sure that the bill is then submitted to Cabinet for consideration. And then once we do that, that's then introduced into Parliament. And then, of course, from HR, it's the DHA, gender-based violence and femicide plan implemented. We'll want to make sure that 100% of this plan in 2026-27 it's implemented. And there are really 8 key activity areas that are highlighted at the bottom. First one speaks to the integration of the NSP priorities in the DHA. The second one speaks to the platform for reporting harassment. The third one, it really speaks to investigations around harassment, assault, any other activity that's related to that. And the fourth one speaks to what support do we provide to victims of harassment on reported cases, and then the empowerment of women through awarding of bursaries, which is 5, and then 6, empowerment of women through skills development, and then the socialization of GBVF, including the Code of Good Practice on the elimination of harassment in the workplace. And then the last one speaks to representativity of the DHA in terms of women at a senior management level and persons with disabilities. We need to make sure that that's monitored. So for 27-28, 100%, 28-29, 100% as well. So these, I think it's quite important that we emphasize it, Chairperson. And then from counter-corruption, Chair, it's really these 12 business processes that we want to review so that we are able to identify, Chairperson, vulnerabilities to fraud, corruption, security breaches. For 26, 27, we're targeting at least 12. And then it will be the same for the next 2 years, based on the baseline performance of 12 in the 25-26 financial year. So which areas are we going to focus on? They are all listed there. Overstay appeals, the verification process. You'll note some of these issues are issues that the SIU indicated we need to pay attention to, including the use of state vehicles, and then your marriage processes, the DHA mobile offices, whether there's the processing of applications in accordance with the SOPs, and then the V-listing processes, and so on and so forth. And then the second one that counter-corruption will focus on, it's really 80%. That's the target for this financial year. If you look at how they were able to perform in the previous financial year, sitting at 91%, they want to finalize all the corruption cases within 90 working days per year. So we're maintaining 80% for the next 3 years. And then on the threat risk assessments, that's 40. Done in the previous financial year. We're maintaining the same 40. This is to make sure that there's a compliance with the requirements of the minimum information security standards, MIS, and also the minimum physical security standards, so that we're able to mitigate the risks. And then the last one speaks to vetting. For the previous financial year, again, unaudited, we're sitting at 404 vetting files that we completed and referred to SSA for evaluation. For this financial year, we're focusing on 400, and then the 400 continues for the next year and the outer year. So that's really the targets that we're focusing on, Chair. Just a reminder on the next slides in terms of our strategic plan for 2025 up to 2030, the outcome indicators. You will recall, Chair, that we made the following commitments to the committee. The first one is really how do we work to ensure that we secure management of international migration, to ensure that our own interests are being served and the fulfillment of international commitments. And the indicator there, Chair, was the international migration managed in support of national objectives. So the indicator was revised to as follows: that the developmental approach to managing immigration implemented, and then their initiatives so that we are able to grow the economy and create jobs. So the second one speaks to efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with domestic and international obligations. This is work that we do more on the humanitarian side. And the indicator there was a percentage of new applications or new asylum applications adjudicated within 180 days. So the revised target there speaks to 90% adjudicated within 180 working days. And then the next one speaks to secure and efficient management of citizenship and civil registration, so that we're able to fulfill our constitutional and international obligations, particularly the SDGs. And the indicator there is the percentage of birth registered within 30 days, if you were to compare to the total population of birth registered for 2025 to 2030. So we're sitting at 80%. And then, of course, what we've spoken about earlier, the replacement of the green barcoded IDs with smart ID cards. By 2030, we'll want to have achieved universal enrollment in smart ID system, including, of course, digital identity. And the last page then speaks to how do we make sure that we secure the population register to empower citizens, to enable inclusivity, economic development, and national security. The indicator there, Chair, was an integrated identity system, which has to be operational. And if you look at the revised target, we'll want to have a single view of travelers, whether it's South African citizens, whether it's visitors that are coming into the country. And then the last one speaks to a DHA that's positioned to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. There are three focus areas. The first one, it's the work that we're doing around the digitization of records. The indicator there was that by 2030, we should have digitized 340 million records. You would have seen that for the previous financial year, we're sitting at 25 million. And the work that's going there, it's now picked up pace. So the revised target, it's 36.8, so 125 million records. And then the number of policies submitted to Cabinet for approval, they are listed there, including the bills, the revised white paper, and then, of course, the bill, and then the digital identity policy, national identification registration bill. Critical is the Home Affairs bill that we will focus on. Chairperson, at this point, I'd like to invite through you the CFO to take us through the overview of the budget for the next 3 years, including the focus on this financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. CFO.
Chairperson, good morning and thank you, and good morning to yourselves, the honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and my colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, if I may start, I'm going to start on the MTF allocation letter on slide 30. Chairperson, if you look at that, this is our allocation letter, and Chair, the screen is blank, but Chairperson, from a baseline perspective, our baseline for 26-27 is 13.76 billion rands. The baseline reduces slightly in 27-28 to 12.8 billion rands, and then increases again in 28-29 to 13.29 billion rands. So, Chairperson, the baseline increases amount to 1.3 billion in the current financial year, 1.2 in 27-6, and 28 it was also 1.2 billion. The biggest beneficiary of the baseline increase is the BMA. The BMA's budget for 26-27 increases with 701 million, then 721 million, and then 720 million in 28-29. There's also an additional 498 million for the political parties in the current financial year, 26-27. That grows to 518 in the next financial year and 536 in the outer year. Chairperson, there are also baseline decreases. The biggest baseline decrease is in respect of the Electoral Commission for 27-28, where their budget is reduced with 441 million and 493 in 28-29. Chairperson, the IEC is also receiving an additional 1.1 billion through a special appropriation, a direct charge against revenue for local government elections in the current financial year. So we have some extraordinary allocations for the current financial year in respect of the IEC, and we are fortunate that the BMA was allocated additional money to. So, Chairperson, I'm then going to ask that we move to slide 33. Chairperson, on that slide, I would just like to highlight that the guidance from National Treasury is that we will not receive any additional funding, and that we need to prioritize and reprioritize within our baseline should we want to fund anything extra. We have also taken care, Chair, the second last bullet, to make sure that all our APP targets are fully funded. So there should not be an issue with funding in respect of our APP targets, Chair. Chairperson, if I can then go to the next slide, the high-level budget allocation over the 26. Chairperson, I see the screen is blank, so I do apologize for that. I'm not sure what happened. So, Chairperson, there on a program level for 26-27, the allocation for the administration is 3 billion. For citizen affairs, it's 3.5 billion. For immigration affairs, it's 625 million. And then for transfers and institutional support, it's 6.5 billion. Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether how we're going to assist us, because you are, unless it's on my screen, I don't see any information other than what you are.
Chairperson, I did see this when I opened up this presentation this morning. I saw that our tables have not pulled through. So, Chair, I'm not sure whether you could allow us to do it from our side.
I'm trying to assist members and the public around,
of course,
what the department is presenting and talking to a blank page. Members,
Chair,
what is the problem, CFO? Maybe you'll explain better so that members at least understand what are the challenges.
Chairperson, I don't know what the technical problem is. I think there may be version issues between the software that didn't pull in the tables. So from the presentation side, the presentation we submitted, Chair, certainly had the tables. If I could ask Rian just to flight it for us, Chairperson, our version.
Yeah, I remember the problem, the challenge also is that we must allow the public to, we have the presentation, we must allow the public to benefit from the reading and the talking to the issues. In the meantime, Mr. Matonsi, let's see how we assist whilst is proceeding the CFO.
Chairperson, can we be allowed to share this side?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Rian, just move to the finance section. Yes, thank you.
I was on 34, slide 34.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies for that, Chair.
No, thank you. Noted.
Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chairperson, I'm dealing with the MTF allocation. It's the third column from the right, 26-27. That's the current financial year. I'm just going to recap quickly, Chair. Our baseline for 26-27 is 13.766 billion rands. At a program level, it's divided into administration at 3 billion, citizen affairs inclusive of the provinces at 3.5 billion, immigration at 625 million, and then transfers and institutional support at 6.5 billion. Institutional support and transfers, Chairs, have now become the biggest beneficiary of budget. It includes the IEC, BMA, and political parties. So, Chairperson, then if we can go then to the next slide, slide 35. I'm going to go through that rather quickly, Chair, so if you allow me. This just gives a further breakdown of Program 1. So it gives you the sub-programs in Program 1 is Ministry, Management Support Services, Corporate Services, IT, and Office Accommodation. Chairperson, if you go to the second last column for 27-28, you will there see that for office accommodation, there's a significant increase. So that's a matter that we will be able to address our accommodation needs through that allocation. And then if I can go to the next slide, Chair. So this is I'm just highlighting at a program level, Chair, where the big allocations are. The next one is then on Program 2, Citizen Affairs, slide 56. Chairperson, there you'll see again on 26-27, the third last column under status services. If you compare it to the prior financial year, where the allocation was 1140, so 1.1 billion rands in comparison to the 101 million rands for 26-27. The difference here would be self-financing, Chair. So we enhance the allocation for status services with self-financing. So you'll see it over the total MTF period. So, Chairperson, that status services figure will then certainly change through the self-financing allocation. Chairperson, you will also see that under 26-27, status services to provinces, there's the allocation to the provinces. It's nearly 2.8 billion rands to the provinces. So, Chair, our focus has always been to make sure that the provinces are adequately funded and that they can operate because they are at the coalface front. So, Chair, if I can then go to Program 3, which is on the next slide, slide 37. Under Immigration Affairs Management, Chair, you will also see, and I'm again, Chair, I'm on 26-27, the third column from the right. Admission services, you will see there's a 122. It drops from 455 in the 25-26 financial year. Chair, that's as a result of a movement of airline liaison and also the APP money from immigration to the BMA. So that money has moved to the BMA. So that's why it looks as though there was a significant increase. And indeed it is. It is a significant decrease, Chair. Chairperson, then the last one is on slide 38. This is just the transfers to the programs, to the entities, border management, electoral commission, and political parties. And if you look at 26-27, Chair, you'll see there's the 6.5 billion again. So, Chairperson, as I said, this is now our biggest program in respect of budget, Program 4. Chairperson, I'm just going to go now to the next slide, slide 37. We have also provisionally targeted as self-financing. We have set ourselves a target of 2.1 billion to collect as revenue. We have allocated budget to an amount of 2 billion rands for self-financing already. This is the breakdown of the allocation for self-financing to all the entities. And Chairperson, you will see that if you go to the bottom, for provinces, we have allocated for fleet, for cleaning services. At the biggest amounts go to status services, IT, and then property. So that's where, if you look at numbers, the size of the budget on self-financing, those are the big ones. But we have tried to be fair and also equitable and allocate budget to provinces, also for items which are usually not adequately funded, Chair. Chairperson, the next slides deal with the transfer of funds to the BMA. So I believe we have now come to the end of our transfer of funds to the BMA as well. If I can start off on Program 1, this is for IT. So we have transferred 150 mil in 26-27, 155 in 27-28, and 160 for the outer year. And it's for BMCS and EMCS, two systems. And it's supposed to cover maintenance and support, CETA-related services and licenses. On corporate services, the money that we have transferred deals with photocopiers and leases, telephone lines, and cell phone costs. And then lastly is also this office accommodation. This is for municipal services at ports of entry, as well as private lease agreements at airports and harbors. Chairperson, then from Program 3, Immigration Services, the money went for admission services. This was the remnants of what remained of airline liaison in Home Affairs. The colleagues have started at the BMA on the 1st of April already. And then the big budget item that was going over to the BMA is for the advanced passenger processing, APP, as well as passenger name recognition. That was a 217 million rands allocation, Chair. So, Chair, that's the funds transferred to the BMA. The next slide just gives it nicely in a table format. Again, it's the same information, Chair, so it also gives you the economic classifications. Chairperson, I believe that would then be the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So we're recommending, Chair, that the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs supports the DHA Annual Performance Plan for 26-27 and also the budget that the CFO has just presented. Apologies for the earlier mishap. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, DG, and thanks the CFO and the team. Members, I'm now inviting you to interact with the APP and the budget presentation. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Ministry for a comprehensive presentation. Chair, first of all, I think we have to again welcome the massive increase in the number of identity documents that have been produced in the last year, up from 2.8 million to now 3.84 million. It means every day 3,000 more people are getting smart IDs, and these are the key to people being able to participate in the economy. And it also shows incredible progress in the war on queues and system downtime. Chair, I also want to welcome the splitting of the smart ID target. I think it's a very good idea. And it shows that there is a focus on ensuring that our young people get a smart ID in their hands. My question in this regard is the Home Affairs on Wheels project. So that's the one that's visited 7,870 schools in the last financial year. I'd highlighted a challenge previously, and it was a committee recommendation that when Home Affairs goes to these schools, that if they find that a child doesn't have a parent or doesn't really have a way to get the documents needed to get their ID, that they be put in touch with their local Home Affairs office to track their application. And I know that there were promised changes on the 1st of April, so I hope that those have been rolled out to speed up the late registration of birth process. I just want to understand whether this is indeed happening or whether there are plans for this to happen. Because these youngsters, if there is nobody to help them there at the school and then they can't apply, there's nobody to help them in life. So they need somebody to assist to take their course and make sure that if it's social services or whatever that needs to get in touch with them and assist them to apply, that happens. Because it's neither their fault nor Home Affairs' fault, but somebody needs to assist them to be able to apply so that they can get that first ID as well, and that they're not left to themselves. Then the launch at bank branches, the figures look extremely promising. I'd just like to get an update on the status of the rollout. I see the numbers are increasing on a regular basis. How is that rollout going, and what are the numbers looking like for the rest of the year? Linked to that, though, I am concerned about the state of service delivery at South African missions abroad. And Chair and DG and Minister, I must point out the tremendous service that Miss Veronica Loving has been giving us in trying to resolve some of these issues. And of course, we have a situation where it's not Home Affairs necessarily. There's a link between Home Affairs and DIRCO in providing the service. So my question to Mr. Hollenby in this regard is that in the last AG report, the AG highlighted this risk and recommended that the MOU between Home Affairs and the Department of International Relations to improve coordination at foreign missions be revised and looked at. I'd like to understand if this is happening and what is the progress in this regard, because unfortunately, there appear to be a number of DIRCO officials, for example, that are not providing the necessary level of service to South Africans or even answering the phone or acknowledging them. And it's quite problematic. So I'd like to understand what the progress is on that. And then also to Mr. Hollenby, as a committee, we focused a lot on the BMA funding. But what would you say are the top 2 or 3 other budget risks in your portfolio that this committee needs to be aware of? So that we, if there are major risks, that we can just have them highlighted so that this committee can attend to them. Then, Chair, drawing to an end, I think the internal immigration enforcement operations have also produced phenomenal results. If you look at the average between 2019 and 2025 versus the last quarter, these operations have increased 10 times what they were. It's an absolutely phenomenal achievement, of dedication in internal immigration enforcement to ensure that rule of law prevails. Now, international research shows that these are effective and absolutely necessary, but they must also be combined with the closing off of access to job opportunities. So my question in this regard is will internal enforcement be working hand in hand with the 10,000 labor inspectors that were announced at SONA, and whether any additional resources would be required in this regard? But Chair, in closing, I'd like to congratulate the Minister and the executive leadership for magnificent progress that we've seen, and we wish them well in the execution of their performance plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Mkhale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just to start off with the point that Honorable Ross raised regarding the smart ID for the students or learners who are 16 and above. Chair, I think it's well commendable that the department has visited over 7,000 schools, but it's still not sufficient, Chairperson, because we still do come across a lot of these young people who are struggling to get ID documents. I mean, even just 2 days ago, I was interacting with another one here in Soshanguve. So I would think that besides having these the trucks, the mobile trucks, going to the schools and assisting with ensuring that our learners are properly documented and receive their smart card IDs. What other system can the department implement to ensure that we're able to document as many of these youngsters as possible? I think maybe perhaps what the department can also think about doing or implementing going forward, Chair, it's maybe having special days where they just a school can maybe apply to say, no, on such a day we would like to bring our learners so that you can assist them with documentation. Something of that sort, Chairperson, because we know that the mobile trucks will not be able to go to each and every school in the country. That is not practical. But we need something along the lines that I've just proposed, Chair, so that we're able to document as many learners as much as possible, Chair. And I believe that the target should not just be those who are in matric, but it should be for should start from grade 10 for learners who are aged 16. not just matric, because I think mostly that's where we tend to focus on, because they need their ID documents to write their matric exams. So I think we should focus more on learners from grade 10 or those who are 16 and above, and get them documented as early as possible. We come across them, Chairperson, it's heartbreaking to listen to some of their stories and their struggle to get proper documentation, not because of the department only, but also because of some of the internal family dynamics. And you find that the child is already in matric at that point, and the document is being requested. So we'd ask the department to think of new ways of how they can do this thing. And also around the issue of digitization, Chairperson, just want to get clarity from the department. What documents are being digitized in this process? Are they also digitizing the records that I think the DG at one point indicated that our foreign missions are stacked with documents? They are piled up in the office. So we want to get an understanding if those are also part of the documents that are being digitized. And lastly, Chairperson, we held a meeting with the SIU and with the Department of Public Works. I would like to hear from the department after those engagements, particularly maybe with the SIU report, what immediate action has the department taken to address some of the issues identified by the SIU, and also what action have been taken since our last engagement with the Public Works around some of the issues that the committee had raised for the provinces that had come there, like KZN. I remember there were issues about the office in Pietermaritzburg and some other parts of KZN. So what has been done up to now? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Ngubane.
Just up one thing. Thank you very much, Chair. I think from my side, Chair, it won't be a lot. Is to as well, Chair, find out the allocation of budget to the Department of Home Affairs that deals with crimes and syndicates. In an addition to the question that has been posed by Honorable Mokhale. Because the SIU to us, Chair, it's a tip of an iceberg. It's not that now we are in, Holy Land, things are good. It's a tip of an iceberg that says there is humongous corruption happening at Home Affairs. We would like to see, Chair, this budget and this APP speaks to dealing with it. We know that there is this continuous promises of that there is this heaven that is coming, that is called digitization, that will solve all our problems. We accept that. We know it's the future. The issue, Chair, are current issues. People tell us on the streets, Chair, that there is a syndicate still that exists in Home Affairs that deals with the passport. People get renew passports while they're still inside. Someone takes around about 100 passports, go to border, and someone stamp all of them for another 30 days or more. And then people come back and distribute again those passports to people who are staying. People are permanently staying in South Africa, Chair. There's still an element of high corruption at Home Affairs. So we would like to hear, Chair, from the DG and his team of how their focus and their budget and their plan will be channeled more, Chair, towards curbing this high corruption that still manifests itself highly in charge of Home Affairs that is still going on. Those are the main things, Chair, that we mainly want to hear coming out of these talks that you are in. And the second one, Chair, on a daily basis, the customer services of Home Affairs is still rotten to the core, Chair. I will put it like that. People phone at Home Affairs, there is no tractions of their complaint. Some of them have complaints that have done for 3 years. His surname, an alphabet in a surname that needs to be changed. It takes 3 years just to change a surname or a misspelled a surname or whatever name or name that has been swapped with the surname. We get things that are so horrible and confusing. You ask yourself, what is happening with the customer service or the traction of the complaints in the Home Affairs? You pick up the number for those 0800 number of those numbers, you phone them. You wait on the line or no one can tell you and say, hello, Mr. Ngubane, what is your issue ID? Let's check on the system, or your issue ID number, your complaint number is XYZ, or your issue is at this stage. Mr. XYZ is dealing with that issue. We want to hear that how far is the Home Affairs, how is the Home Affairs dealing with managing the issues of complaints. People have thrown hands. They've given up of bringing issues to the Home Affairs, Chair. Those are the issues that we want to. We're sitting, Chair, with abundance and piling up of complaints, marriage complaints, 35-year-olds that doesn't have IDs, kids that are in the matric that have tried endlessly to get their IDs. The painful part is that in any customer services, you need to have a time period, 3 months, 6 months, 1 month. Yeah, people, when they tell you, I complained 3 years ago, I complained 5 years ago, even till today, I can't even open an account with ABSA. We want to hear those issues. How is the Home Affairs managing or trying to up its game on customer service, dealing with the people in the country? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Mdolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to Minister and honorable members. Chair, I have just few questions. Chair, on the modernization and digital transformation, Chairperson, this is the key priority. Will this digitalization be accompanied by physical infrastructure development, particularly in the rural township areas? What specific infrastructure projects are planned? We have received reports from provinces, Chair, regarding vacancies, offices space challenges, and leasing. Are there concrete plans and budget allocations in this financial year to address these issues, Chair? On the birth registration, which is a fundamental service, what interventions are in place to address this backlog? And by when does this department expect to clear it? Lastly, Chair, it stated that no additional funding will be provided ever. MTEF period, which limits planning. Can the department clarify what this means in practical terms for service delivery and future projections? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mdolo. Honorable Disemsa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity and appreciate the presentation. Chair, I think most issues have been raised by members, but let me also emphasize on a point made by Honorable Mdolo with regards to the birth registrations backlog. We seem to be seeing progress in terms of numbers with regard to provisions. And they are more or less at 100%, 90 to 100% a level, but with the birth registration, we don't seem to be moving or finding ways of dealing with that backlog And we continuously get frustrations from members of the communities with regard to birth registrations. And I think similarly to the efforts that have been put on the smart IDs, as how the department would have indicated how they also categorized their targets. I would want to add to the department that probably also with the birth registrations, they need to have and employ same efforts, or if there are plans on how they are going to deal with those challenges currently, they may need then to elaborate further on that, Chair. Chair, also the APP makes mention on the prioritizing the funding to strengthen the border security on infrastructure and technology and so forth and personnel. But if you look at the figures that the CFO has presented with regard to the funding for BMA, it does not speak to this target, because the numbers are very little. The 7 millions that they are projecting towards the BMA does not give an indication that they have intentions of really improving the conditions of the border management. I don't think that money that has been allocated to BMA is sufficient to ensure that this target is being met. Can they also kindly elaborate on further plans or mitigations on how they are going to deal in assisting the BMA in regard to the issue of funding, which over the years, it's something that the committee had dealt with. And lastly, Chair, the presentation also makes mention of the increase on something like 36.7 million or so for early retirements or voluntary exit programs. I just want to get more details on it. Is it figures or money that is being planned or budgeted for these programs of people taking early retirement, and or it is a projected amount of money that they are anticipating that such when it happens in a department, they are able then to mitigate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mdise and honorable members, and welcome the presentation and areas of improvement and the issues that members are raising and the committee recommendations over a period of time, which are being highlighted on some of the areas in the APP. DG, you indicating that SONA had prioritized areas, and part of the area is on the securing our borders. And we will thought that the department will also highlight how that is going to also expand in relation beyond the redevelopment of these 6 ports of entry, the work that you are doing with other departments. Point in case is the your collaboration with Department of Public Works. You know that part of the weaknesses we're having on the borderline is fencing or bringing the technology to mend our borderlines. What is the planning forward and within the context of the SONA priorities, but also associating that with the 2010 vision has outlined in terms of the security of our country? We are raising this point because you can do the redevelopment of the port of entry, as all of us we know. But if we don't have either fencing on the 4,000 and so radius through our borderlines, or technology that has been put to mend our borderlines, we'll still have an influx of people who want to enter the country illegally. What is your attitude as the department and the Department of Public Works? And this is a matter that the committee has raised, which we still have to have a discussion with the department, and we have directed yourself, DG, to look on this matter, noting that it's a critical matter that the department is going to face, and the Border Management Authority. On that score, we know that there's a JIAMA that is limiting some of the authority that department may need to engage on, particularly in terms of the infrastructure and other related matters that Home Affairs are their responsibilities. We have engaged with yourself, Minister TM and the DG and your team, and you have raised weaknesses and concerns about that. What is a plan that moving forward in terms of the 2026, 27, and 28 around this area of transferring responsibilities? You know that there's infrastructure work that is dormant now because of the work that Department of Public Works are unable to discharge. Point in case, we have went to conduct oversight, and part of the offices, in Vembe and in Toando and also in Northwest, and the office that took longer to be completed in Mokopane, which was ultimately opened by the president. The delay in terms of infrastructure and the work that we need to do. Also, in terms of the infrastructure, there's no demonstration that the offices which were used by post office, you are attempting to work within that, to utilize them for Department of Affairs. So I wanted to get an attitude of the department in relation to the APP and the budget moving forward. Secondly, is that we have resolved as a committee that, and you did commit to the committee that our observation in terms of the vacant position throughout offices, critical vacancies that we've identified, part of the budget allocation will be reprioritized around those, but also the timelines in making sure that we respond to the concerns that all of us, including residents, have been identified, even the workforce on the ground, and want to get a sense in terms of this budget that does it takes cognizance in terms of the to prioritize, which will also go CFO into the Border Management Authority. We have they have committed that this allocation of which you call it as an increase or a budget that they've more benefited. Does it resolve the issues that the the Border Management Authority have been raising with the committee? We note that whether it's for the 2026 financial year or subsequent 3 years, this 700 and so millions. If and what are the prioritized areas that you may have engaged with the Border Management Authority? I know they'll become, maybe they will articulate, or whether it's sufficient also to respond on the issue of the technology, staffing, and infrastructure, and the issues that we've raised in the last committee engagement with the BMA. The other matter is the revenue in the missions, which is not coming clearly in terms of what the Auditor General might have identified in their last planning forward, all the missions that we are sourcing revenue. We know that in the last conversation, you indicated that some of the revenue intake has to do through DERCO, and the committee has requested that clarity properly so that we are able to understand the revenue base that you get from the mission, and to what extent is this mission contributing to the revenue base. The other point, the Auditor General also, which is for more of interest, CFO, you are indicating on an audit action plan, which you are strongly affirming to the committee that at least you are monitoring it well, the plan and the actions. In terms of material irregularities, the units that are responsible for such, is there a demonstration of a record that you can brief the committee in terms of the recovery or the sanctions that officials have been apportioned in relation to the action that have been taken and that the Auditor General have identified, so that planning forward, DG and the CFO, both the committee and the department, were able to respond and assist what the committee might have recommended and engage with Auditor General, and then moving forward. Lastly, is on the issue of the local government elections as we are approaching the local government elections. Besides allocation of funds to the Independent Electoral Commission and the issues that are being raised by colleagues on the facilitation of IDs, what are the collaboration between the IEC and the Home Affairs around, one, integrating their work on the distribution of IDs, and making sure that we do collect IDs that have been taken. Point in case which was raised when we're going throughout the offices. There's an indication, I think, on the IT side or distribution, you'll highlight it, that your booking system does not, or this mobile tracks, if you are allocating them to one school in Free State, in Buchabelo, in school, but the collection is going to be in the office of the Home Affairs. Whether that integration moving forward, so that a school, whichever your services, they can able to identify, come and distribute IDs at the school, so that it avoids this collected IDs over time throughout the country. Whether in terms of the planning to this mobile has been covered. We'll invite the and the DG, you'll push, and then we'll invite the DM and the minister. DG.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much to the honorable members for the questions. I think let me start, Chair, with the questions that you have raised, Chair. On the offices, I think Honorable Modise Mpya also raised the same issue with regards to some of the offices that are in distress. Honorable Mukhale also raised the same issue with regards to the presentation that was made by Public Works and Infrastructure at the last meeting. So, Chair, the good news is as follows. One, you will recall that you visited Atlantis immediately after that presentation by Public Works. The minister then wrote to Minister McPherson of Public Works and Infrastructure to request Minister McPherson to allow or to assign us in terms of Section 18 of GIAMA so that we can then do the work on our own. I'm happy to report, Chair, and the committee that following that intervention you made and the minister's intervention, Minister McPherson has granted us that. So we are now proceeding to work on that office in Atlantis. And then similarly, you will recall, Chair, that I think Honorable Mdolo also raised the issue around offices that have not been finalized for a long time. In Limpopo, it was Toyando, which was stagnant for a long time. This morning, Minister has just sent me a letter where Minister McPherson has also granted in terms of Section 18 that we can then proceed, appoint our own service providers to complete that office. And similarly, you will recall Honorable Ngubane, that office in Stenga, Kwaduguza. Honorable McPherson has also granted us approval for that, including the work that needs to be done at BVR. In total, Chair, we had submitted about 15 offices. There are still others that are under consideration, including Howick, Ulundi in KZN as well. So as and when we get approval, we'll then get on to implement. And I'm glad that as part of your oversight, you have noted these issues. So we are responding and we're getting support from the other government departments. We're grateful to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for that. Chairperson, on the question with regards to the collaboration on elections, the minister and Minister Tlhabisa are part of an IMC on local government elections. I think at an opportune time we'll come and present to this committee with the IEC on the collaboration that we're doing, including the work at a technical level where I sit together with the DG at COCTA and the IEC. That's we started with planning already last year in 2025 local government elections. So that work is currently underway. From our side, as you know, we will align our work as Home Affairs to that of the IEC, which means for the weekend of the 20th, 21st, starting from Friday, will open until late so that we can enable South Africans to apply for enabling documents to allow them to be able to register for local government elections. With regards to, Chair, the commitments that were made, and you raised the issue around illegal migration. You will recall that earlier in the presentation, I had indicated that the minister is also part of an IMC that's looking at issues around illegal migration. So one of them, I think, in the draft CAB memo that we're looking at, it's issues around infrastructure, around the ports of entry, but also collaboration not only with amongst the law enforcement authorities with some parks, because they do own a lot of parks. If you were to check areas under the Kruger National Park, which also contribute towards some of the illegal activities that happen. And then, of course, working with the provincial Department of Roads and Transport in Limpopo with regards to some roads that traditional leaders and farmers have said those need to be closed to curb illegal activities. So it's a whole range of activities that's being coordinated by NICOC, and I think at an opportune time, once that CAB memo has been considered by Cabinet, for sure the minister will be able to share details with regards to that. And then, Chair, I think CFO will respond to issues around revenue from the missions. and Mr. Skama can elaborate further on the work that he's doing with the IEC as well. I just want to go back to the issue that you raised around the utilization of post offices. We approached them already long ago in 2022, but there was no positive response at that time. If you look at the office in East London, we will not have relocated to Hemingway's because just across that office in Kukombo City now, there's an old post office building that was not utilized for quite some time. So we had approached the post office to utilize that office, but we didn't get a favorable response. You will see when you visit, Chairperson and honorable members, the facility that we're using at Silverton, and also the one in Church Street. Those facilities were part of the post office. We have leased them. We had to refurbish them from scratch, and you'll be able to see the state that they are in now and what we're utilizing them for. I think the challenge is that the post office currently is under business rescue, and it might be quite difficult to invest in such resources, particularly from an infrastructure point of view. And then on the collections, Chair, as part of the work that we are doing with the banks, I can indicate that so far, Mr. Skama will elaborate further on the work that he's doing also with the Department of Traditional Leaders and COCTA around the collection of IDs, particularly those that have not been collected for quite some time. So there's good work that's being done, including what we're doing with the banks now. In the presentation earlier, I had indicated that there were about 67,000 applications that have been lodged with our bank expansion program. Out of that 67,000, there's about 35,375 that have been collected. And you'll recall the minister just launched this program not so long ago at Orange Farm. So it's really encouraging the work that's currently underway with regards to that. I think Honorable Mudisempia, for sure the BMA in the next presentation and the CFO maybe can elaborate a bit about the issues related to funding for the BMA. And then on the issues related to birth registration, the same question that Honorable Mutolo asked Honorable Mudisempia, we don't have a backlog on birth registration. Because remember, the birth registration certificate is issued instantly upon birth. However, there might be those that have not registered beyond the 30-day prescribed period, which will constitute the late birth registration. And that's where in some of the provinces you do have a few, because that requires the provincial manager to chair those sessions. So that's a matter that I think we are attending to, and Mr. Skama can elaborate in detail the work that he's doing with regards to that. But just on birth, we don't have any backlogs. And as I move towards the conclusion, as I invite my other colleagues, Honorable Mukhale, I think we do take that we might want to introduce other innovations in terms of ensuring that we increase our footprint to cover as many young learners as possible. I can confirm today, Honorable Mukhale, we clustering some of the schools. In Gauteng, for example, in Soweto, there are 3 schools. I think it's Daliwonga, then Dube, Dr. Beas Nodie, and Mngube Secondary in Mufulo. All of them have been clustered today as we speak. From 9 o'clock until 3 o'clock, learners are applying for IDs, and we're working with about, I think, a population of about 300 learners that the principals. So we've got 2 mobiles that are there actively assisting young people. And I think the ideas that you are sharing are really welcomed, and we might want to get an indication if there are other areas that you might want us to focus on. With regards to the SIU investigations, you will recall in our presentation to the committee, including the presentation by the SIU, The progress that we've made is as follows. One, the disciplinary hearings for those that are implicated are continuing. There's been one dismissal, the other ones are still currently underway. Two, you'll recall that the SIU had indicated to us that they have provided us with 99 persons of interest whose student visas needed to be withdrawn. Following a PAJA process, we notified them, and we now in the process, we've just concluded that process of withdrawing the 99 student visas. We have now received an additional 400 files that we currently are processing. And as you know, the PAJA process is a bit elaborate. So there's work that's really underway to address that. Honorable Ngubane, on the syndicates, we're working with other law enforcement authorities on dealing with syndicates, not only with the SIU. As you know, government has recently adopted an organized crime strategy to fight organized crime in particular, including the syndicates that are operating at Home Affairs, including in KZN, where you are, Honorable Ngubane. You will note that there was a syndicate that was operating at Umgeni office that was really dealing with passports. So that syndicate was busted through the good work done by Advocate Muize and team and the Hawks, and a number of people have now been arrested with regards to that. And similarly, a month ago, I think you can speak to this, DDG Muize, you were able to arrest 2 taxi drivers that had 35 passports, and they are still going to appear in court. Interestingly, we also dismissed our own official who was a part of some of these syndicates. I think we do accept the issue that you are raising around the HACC or the Home Affairs Contact Center. There's work that I think the acting CIO can speak to how we're trying to revamp that center. And then, of course, those specific cases that you have referred to of children without IDs, I'll really appreciate if those can be shared with us so that we can really prioritize them. And I think the last ones for Honorable Ruos, I think we'll continue to work with our own officials that are in the various missions, including DERCO. You will recall, Honorable Ross, we only have a presence at about 38 of those missions. So the other 80 or plus, it's really DERCO officials. And of course, the answer we know, Honorable Ross, that once we have the ETA, we don't need to have anyone at those missions. The power is in your hands. You can actually apply for any enabling documents using technology. And I think the issue that you've raised around learners where the mobile trucks go to schools without or where the parents are not there, Mr. Skama, if you can respond to that, and the CFO, you can respond to the questions around the missions as well. I think I've responded. There was a question that you raised around the 10,000 inspectors for DEL. Unfortunately, we're not privileged to get that number, but we are of the view that using technology, as we've demonstrated with the digital transformation, we will be able to match whatever number. Of course, the 2 pressing issues that we currently have, Honorable Ross, it's really the capacity in terms of inspectorate, and of course, issues related to security at some of our offices. But overall, I think utilizing technology, we should be able to deal with some of the issues that have been raised. So, Chair, if I can then invite, maybe starting with Mr. Sekama, and then CFO, and then DDG Muize on issues raised by Honorable Ngubane. CFO, you can also respond to some of the infrastructure-related issues. And then lastly, acting CIO on some of the issues that have been raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Sigama.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of the committee. Indeed, I'll try and respond to questions with regard to our collaboration with IAC. Indeed, as DG indicated, we are working closely with them. We have got an arrangements to meet with them on a quarterly basis. Of late, we had to reduce our frequency to meet because of issues that they were raising. So, but the work that we are doing with them is merely to look into issues that are in the voters' role where they've got questions. So every quarter we then exchange data and then make sure that the data that they are having is in sync with what we have in our population register. That's number one. Number two, we also clarify issues that they are having in terms of the explanation of the fields in the systems, so that when a registration time comes, then clients should not have challenges. Of course, where there are duplicates and other issues that they might be having, we also work closely with them. Then, Chairperson, we have aligned our plans, as DG indicated, to make sure that our plans are in sync with that of the ISC, particularly on the operational side of things. But as Home Affairs, we have also started with a build-up to make sure that any person who is obliged to register and vote must then apply, and we have to issue those IDs prior to voter registration. So the build-up has already started. You may have seen our offices opening late 2 hours after 4. Since the previous week. And as back office, we are continuing with that exercise to make sure that we deliver IDs prior to voter registration. That has been said to be on the 20th and the 21st of June. So we also, in our IMC, we were tasked to work closely with DCOC, which is the arm within the COCTA department, wherein we have signed an MOU with them. When we have got outreach programs, we then work closely with them in terms of our enabling documents. So we are now currently finalizing the second MOU with traditional affairs, so that they then, with traditional affairs and other traditional councils, then we join hands and make sure that if there's any person in other communities without documentation, then they will then alert us, so that we then make sure that we've got a complete population at the end of the day. So it's working well, because we also touch base with the GIS that also assist us in consolidating our communication plans, Chairperson, and that from time to time they invite us also to share information as and when they go out to communities. That then assists us in learning and also understanding the dynamics raised by members, because we know now what angle, what method do we have to use to take those people that may have been left out during the process. Then, if I may then deal with the issue of birth registration, as DG indicated, Chairperson, yes, the law allows us, and what is in the APP is we indicated that we'll make sure that we register birth within 30 days. Any birth that comes after that is considered late registration of birth. So we've looked into our regulations as well as the standard operating procedures to make sure that we then cater the entire population of those people who may have been left out or they never had an opportunity to register within 30 days. So we have got committees out there wherein we then said we need to review the screening committees, wherein powers that were given only to PMs or provincial managers are now given to DMOs to make sure that they then meet frequently to deal with those people that are considered as late registration of birth cases. So you will see that going forward that those numbers are starting to reduce. You may have seen even on our provisional figures or report that was shared that indeed we have seen a reduction in LRB cases. So we also engaged on a study, Chairperson, wherein Mr. Mavuso is today, I think is in Botswana, learning from those people on how are they dealing with LRB cases. So that will also assist us in strengthening the stringent mechanism that we've been put in place now to deal with issues of birth registration going forward. So the idea is to make sure that we we deal with the scandal of invisibility, and no one should be left without having any documentation going forward. That's our plan, that's our vision. That's why we then engage into the digital transformation program to address some of the things, so that clients, wherever they are, they should be able to register a birth without really laying a foot in either a health facility or in a home affairs office. Then, Mr. Mkhale, in terms of those learners that are not having IDs. Indeed, in our AOP, which is our personal plan, we have picked that, and we then said the best way would be for us to increase our outreach programs. And this year we said we've got 9, but our minister, our deputy minister, they always call upon us to have other additional outreach programs to deal with such issues. So that's number one. In our plan, we're going to increase the outreach programs. We also have a deployment program for mobile units, which is also on the AOP, and we then urge communities also to indicate if they're left out. For this year, we have planned to then visit more than 5,000 schools, and you will see that those have been scattered in all 9 provinces. And if there's any school that has been left out, or if there's any child who is not having an ID, we'll then urge those people to then join us during those visits to schools. As DG indicated, today they are in Gauteng. There are also schools that have been earmarked, but we will continue to do that throughout the year to make sure that we address anyone who doesn't have an ID. As you could see, we are no longer targeting matriculants, but we are saying any learner who is 16 years and above now is more than welcome to come and apply for IDs, so that by the time they reach matric, those people should be having IDs in their possessions. I think I've covered the areas that DG requested me to talk about, Chairperson, and thanks very much.
Thank you, DDG Sigama. DDG Mwete. CIO.
Good morning, Honourable Chabane, and good morning, Minister. Good morning, DM and DG, as well as honourable members. I'm going to talk to the points that the DG referred to me, which I could extract it from the honourable members and their comments. Let me start with the upgrading of the Home Affairs call centre. So I think the challenge that we have with incoming calls, and to deal with that effectively, is a multifaceted challenge. I think from a technology perspective, we are focusing on upgrading that particular platform this year. It is as a follow-up from our internal service desk that we have upgraded. And why do I mention that? The intention is then to ensure that we create an effective platform through similar technology, which will then enable us to route specific cases to specific virtual service desks that spans across multiple branches. So that's what we then aim to further improve or implement to further then expand the capacity that we have within the Home Affairs call centre. And that will also then result, in my mind, also in dealing with cases that are locked with Home Affairs much more effectively. If I can then zoom into the additional comments on the bank expansions, I think, Honourable Ruiz, to your comment and questions, the DG had expanded, but let me just fill some or provide some additional information. We have subsequently, as per the Home Affairs website as well, onboarded 3 banks, and that is Standard Bank, FNB, and Capitec. We're currently working together with ABSA. They're currently in testing, with the understanding that they need to do the development of their API gateway that the DG referred to, which will then call the applications retrospectively on the DHA systems. Once they've concluded on the testing, they will then move into the respective stages to also open up then for citizens. And that particular move into production is also imminent. And Nedbank is the next in line in terms of their development. So as banks then become ready themselves, they then engage with us, and we will then bring them on board as well. With regards to the APP AP target that the DG had highlighted, perhaps just to talk to that briefly, the conversations and planning around the passport reissues, as well as then home delivery, is also progressing very well. And we also envisage that will still, we're very confident that will be delivered within this year still. And then just finally to the comment made or questions by Honourable Mtole in terms of infrastructure investment, we have certainly included in the digital transformation strategy that was approved in February a number of interventions, which, as you know, is also inclusive of the outflow of the diagnostic study conducted by the CSIR, but also then to support the digital transformation journey and reforms that the Minister and the DG has spoken about. So maybe just an update. If I were to highlight three core components, it's the infrastructure upgrade that consists out of the network upgrade that we've been progressing very well on. 200 of the 327 sites have already been upgraded to a minimum of 10 megabits per second. Yes, that is low, but it's a step towards then the 50 megabits per second minimum bandwidth, that standard that we've developed. And we're working together with SITA on that, and those upgrades have also been concluded on recently. We're also then working together with them to increase the links from a single link to a dual link, which means that there will be full resilience then on the network infrastructure. Similarly, we're also upgrading, and with a process that we have started after network providers have been appointed, the network hardware, which then in total then covers the upgrade of the network. Yes, it is a significant investment. So our intention is then to span that over a 3-year period. And based on the connectivity charges that was reduced through the pass-through that SITA has provided us, we would be able to shorten that time span into 2 years. So I'm really excited to also comment on that. We also decided to then increase our service level agreement with SITA, so we can also attract a higher availability both on the network as well as in our data center, and we're exploring that with them through the necessary proposals, which we'll be receiving shortly. Then on the applications, infrastructure and data centers, we have 5 data centers. We are consolidating those data centers, with primarily it then being distributed across SARS and SITA. Now those discussions needs to be formalized, but we've already started and progressed significantly in terms of the architecture, as well as the business cases that has been approved, which was presented to EXCO during the EXCO engagements on during the month of December. We've seen also from an applications consolidation perspective, I think to your point that you've raised earlier about the antiquated systems and emissions that is not fit for purpose anymore. Now the acceleration that we are now really focusing our attention on in terms of the ETA, which will then become the primary immigration services system application platform, will also then replace quite a number of those systems that are currently deployed at missions, as well as then the support that we're getting from other partners with abroad. So those are the 3 items or 3 core components in terms of system stability and expansions and reforms that we are implementing, and just the status thereof. We'll go into a bit more detail during our engagement, I think also next week on the 29th, which specifically then focuses on system downtime initiatives undertaken. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO.
Chairperson, thank you very much. If I may start in responding to Honourable Roos's question. So Honourable Roos, the MOU with DIRCO, we have revised that MOU. We revise it on an annual basis. At this point in time, there are no material issues. The findings we expect from the foreign missions audits, we expect them to find exactly the same what they found last year. The missing visa labels, inaccurate record keeping. So we do expect that. But we are engaging with our colleagues at DIRCO on a monthly basis, so that there's complete alignment between ourselves as far as the revenue item is concerned. And then, Chairperson, the second question from Honourable Roos was the risks for the portfolio For the portfolio itself, I believe it's the underfunding, or for the vote, the risk is the underfunding of the BMA. For the department itself, the risk is the increased reliance on self-financing, and DG has already mentioned the shortfalls in respect of the capacity for the inspectorate, as well as security at our offices. So department-wise, increased reliance on self-financing, security, and then inspectorate. Those would be the budget pressures for me. Chairperson, in response to the question by the Honourable Ngubane about fighting crime and corruption, the budget allocations for the multidisciplinary task team for the current financial year is 33 million rands, 33.4 million rands. The SIU allocation is 15 million rands, and for Operation Vulindlela, there's an allocation of 26 million rands. Chairperson, then in response to a question by the Honourable Mtolo about infrastructure and what's planned for the current financial year, Chairperson, this is part of the finance annual operational plan, and in terms of that plan, we plan to renovate or move offices to at least 7 offices. This includes Atlantis in the Western Cape. In Gauteng, it's the Harrison Street office, Bloemfontein, Idutwa, Nongoma, Ulundi, and Flagstaff. Those are the 7 offices planned for 26-27. So, Chairperson, our focus is moving away from bricks and mortar, but we also appreciate that we need to have offices in habitable and safe state, so that we can also serve our customers with dignity and our people work in safe environments. So, Chairperson, that's the issue then for that. Chairperson, in response to the question by the Honourable Modise about the BMA. So the allocation to the BMA is not insignificant, Chair. So it's a 701 million allocation in the current financial year. So, Chairperson, we do everything possible to assist the BMA, but we are very careful not to encroach upon its mandate. So border force, securing the borders and the borderline is the BMA mandate, and the BMA are better placed to respond to questions regarding what allocations they have made in respect of the borderline and securing the borders. Chairperson, we have a question from the Honourable Modise about the voluntary or early retirement. That allocation, it's a 36 million rands allocation, is the reimbursement from National Treasury for the cost incurred in people accepting the voluntary exit packages or the early retirement. So Treasury refunds us for the extra cost, the incentive taken by people that accept these packages. So that's what that allocation is about. The good thing about this, these 2 packages, Chairperson, is that our baseline was not reduced like it was proposed earlier through earlier versions of this, that you will lose that post. So we can still fill the posts vacated by the colleagues that accept these 2 packages. Honourable Shabani, your question about the BMA, as I say, I think the BMA colleagues are perhaps better placed to deal with the issues of their vacant post and the split between filling posts, technology and infrastructure. I think the bottom line is that the BMA, in my opinion, is still not adequately funded. And Chairperson, so they have put in business cases. My last recollection is over 4 billion rands. We're not there yet, so we can say that at least there's progress made, but we are far from addressing the needs of the BMA fully from a portfolio or vote perspective then. Chairperson, in respect of the missions, for the revenue collected at the missions, for the 25-26 financial year, unaudited, we're looking at 180 mil that came from the missions. As DG has indicated, with the introduction of the ETA, our reliance on the missions would become less. and that money will then flow straight into the ETA accounts and not go through the DIRCO accounts. Chairperson, then the other issue about the audit action plan and the AG. So Chairperson, we have and we do implement consequence management in respect of the audit action plan. So where people do not submit their responses to requests for information or are even just 3 days late, they then get issued with Audi letters. We then hand over those Audi letters and once the responses have been received to Labour Relations to investigate and initiate formal disciplinary where warranted. So that's on the audit action plan, Chair. Chairperson, I also acknowledge that we have received a letter from yourselves dated the 22nd of August about the material irregularity. We have prepared a separate presentation, Chair. I'm just not sure whether you would like us to present that presentation today. I would propose that you allow us another opportunity, Chair, because this thing has a long history the AG is also not yet finished, Chair, with their assessment of the material irregularity. So they made recommendations. We have responded to the 7 recommendations. We had meetings as late as in March, but they have not been able to conclude their assessment to tell us whether all these recommendations were adequately addressed or not. So, Chair, we're in the hands of the AG at this point in time, the AG MI unit. DG also met with the head of the MI unit in February. Chairperson, I think that's it from my side. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I invite the DG, is there any member who have follow up and want to take BMA exactly at 12 o'clock? On the matter you've raised, CFO, we'll invite you through the ministry on the material irregularities and the actions that have been taken. Honorable Mahale?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think firstly, the question I asked around the digitization of records was not responded to. I didn't hear anyone respond to that question because I was basically asking whether are we also digitizing the records at our foreign missions? Yeah. And also, Chair, just as a follow-up on the issue of the school learners, can't the department, Chair, open on Saturdays, perhaps maybe once on a month, just to deal specifically with learners? Because this would also avoid taking time away from class, as most learners have to skip class just to go and process or apply for identity documents. So can the department do something like that? That one Saturday in a month is dedicated just to all the schools in a particular district. It can be one office or however many offices that operates. They can see how they do work around it. But I believe it can work, Chairperson, if we do it like that. As much as the work done by the mobile trucks is commendable and we appreciate it, it can never cover all the schools in South Africa. So I'm just proposing that, Chairperson, that let the department think of or see how they can operationalize that kind of thing, and also maybe enter into some sort of agreement, I don't know, maybe with the Department of Basic Education around these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahale, for the follow-up. DG, and then we invite DM and the Minister.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Mokhale, for the follow-up questions. So, Honorable Mokhale, the first one on the digitization of records, you will recall that we committed that the first phase is to digitize all civic records so that those amendments and other related activities related to birth are expedited efficiently. So that was the first phase. So we're still progressing with that, but parallel to that, we've started with our preparations for documents from legal services, in particular looking at the litigation that we face as a department. And then, of course, the third phase will be IMS. When we do IMS, we'll also take on board the work from the missions. So that's the ordering that we have. I think on the proposal with regards to learners, we do open on some weekends. I think as soon as we've finalized our program with the other teams such as COCTA, DTA, and IEC, we'll probably share more details with regards to that. But of course, you are aware that when we open on weekends, it's a cost that we have to incur. It means employees have to work overtime, which we provide for. So these are things that we'll take into consideration around the costs. Just to add as well, there was a question that Honorable Mokhale, Honorable, I think, Modisen Pierre asked. I think SEFO has responded to the early retirement and voluntary exit. Linked to that question, Chair, as a result of that process, it means last year there were about 85 employees that took early retirement and voluntary exit. Out of them, 4 SMS members. We do have 325 vacancies that we are in the process of filling. So if you add the 85, it means we currently have about 410 vacancies that we need to fill. And we are prioritizing the offices that Honorable Ngubane spoke about earlier on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, and all those who are with us today. Chair, I just want to dwell on 2 issues around the issues, firstly, of first-time issues, as well as late birth registration. Now, I just want to make a point very clear that we have been moving quite extraordinarily well when it comes to first-time issues. These are 16-year-olds that are in school that we issue IDs to in the main. Now, the numbers have grown quite substantially. In the 2020-21 financial year, we issued 539, for first-time issues. But in the past financial year, we issued 1,032,327, which is about a 66% increase from what we had issued about 5 years ago. So we are issuing more in terms of the first-time issues. And that is because we do have an MOU with the Department of Education. It's been existing for some time now to give us access to schools. The problem is not that we do not open up our doors or we do not go to learners. The issue is that when we arrive at the school, is the parent there to be able to register the child, to get the ID and other certain documents that we need as part of our internal control mechanisms, because we cannot pack and say everyone must come and then we'll give them an IDs. There has to be requirements that we have to satisfy. So I just thought that we need to clarify that particular issue. We do accept that we have South African young people and children who, unfortunately, because of the conditions under which they are born, some of them, they are born and they do not have parents, they were left with grandparents and so on, and then end up struggling. And we are looking at working with social development to deal with those ones.
Now, in terms of late birth registration, what we promote and what I think we should ought to stick to promoting is early birth registration, where we make sure that we register children early and we introduce them to the population register. Because these LRPs themselves, they come with a certain level of risk in terms of admissions of people who might not necessarily be South African. And we've had quite a number of cases, which is why we had taken stringent measures for us to register late birth registrations, where we conduct interviews and we do all those things as part of avoiding the risk that comes with late birth registration. Now, what you will notice is that over the years, the numbers for late birth registration have been going down, and the numbers for early birth registrations have been going up. And we are quite excited that we have reached that point where we also met the target for early birth registration. We are conducting late birth registration sessions throughout the country. I think the recent one is the one that we just did in Escort, where we're handing over birth certificates for people who are in the late birth registration. There is a massive project we're planning for Tshwane around issues of late birth registration. And what we have done is that we've also looked at the problems that are created by us tightening up controls. For instance, the issue that Mrs. Gama has referred to as it pertains to provincial managers having to conduct interviews and so on and so on. Those are now being dealt with to make sure that we process those who are eligible in terms of late birth registration quite more quicker. But the aim here is that let's promote early birth registration, which is done in hospitals, which is done without hassles. We are looking at an e-birth registration model as part of our digitization project, which will make it easier for us to register births online and not create paper whilst doing so. So the journey that we're taking in terms of easing those regulations, we are not opening up space for those who will want to take opportunity to then register children of foreign nationals who do not qualify for birth registration. And rather, we focus on those who are of South Africans who are qualifying, and whilst we make it easy for South Africans as well. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, as well as DM for those excellent inputs. I actually would like to echo what DM says and also just recognize the fantastic work that he is doing in this regard. And I think he correctly notes those indicators which do show progress as it relates to the late birth registrations and the first-time smart ID issuance. I think those are two issues that have come up clearly in the discussion. Chair, I want to add to what DG and DM have said to also indicate that in the case of first-time smart ID issuance, we really are on the verge of a big breakthrough, which will be once the first-time applicants are also live in the bank branches. There is work going on. I think DDG Sagama spoke about it to enable that. And of course, the advantage, Honorable Mogali, of that is that you'll find all of those branches are open on Saturdays and Sundays, at least for a few hours. So you're absolutely right about the importance of not making children lose school time. And I think that can augment very significantly some of the efforts that DM and DG and his team described. But that's going to introduce that new channel where you will then be able to process the first time smart ID application through that digital system, which literally takes you 3 or 5 minutes to apply, and then creates that weekend opportunity that on a sustainable basis every weekend, which was not there before, including, of course, the massive expansion in footprint that brings about. So that is one area where I think Chair, there is a lot of progress not only being made, but also on the horizon. I think the second part is related to late birth registration, which is actually, in a way, honourable members, perhaps the single most important step, because as DM says, that is the step which actually enters someone into the population register. And that is the step which requires us to really think about how we enable access in a secure manner. And again, that is where technology is going to really hold the key for a solution. Chair, I think it's important to emphasize at a higher level that the process of digitalization, I think Honorable Ngobane touched on it to some extent, is not only a matter of technology or even the organizational culture which DG emphasized. It is actually also a tool for us to think in new ways about our own processes and our own requirements. DM touched on an example of how it is in fact in some cases and to some extent it is our own processes as Home Affairs that can sometimes make things more onerous than perhaps they need to be. And I want to give you a concrete example, Chair, of the kind of issues we are now working through in a systematic manner in order to digitalize processes. So it's the technology, but to make the technology work, you think in new ways about your own process. So when it comes to the first-time smart ID issuance that I spoke about, we have to think about things like, why does the department need a physical birth certificate? Why would an applicant bring a physical birth certificate if we as Home Affairs have the population register, which includes information on birth registrations? And what you see there is to then say, here's the opportunity to then automate the verification against the original database. So in other words, the concept that I'm trying to flag with you, Chair, is instead of using the piece of paper, which is merely a proof, it is a product of the population register, we go straight to the source and we verify an application against the population register. I think the same would go for a passport application where you're looking perhaps for a marriage certificate. Why are we asking for the certificate when we own the golden copy? We own the database that includes that information. And how does one automate the verification of that information? That, Chair, I'm giving those just as examples. There's obviously, they are work in progress. It's not something that's finalized. I'm just sharing them as examples with the committee of how the shift to technology forces us to confront our own processes and ask new questions and think in new ways about why we need certain documents and whether there are better ways to verify them. You can extend that same, we're seeing the pattern over and over again. As we then try to get the technology implemented, we have to ask questions about our regulations and our own requirements and whether they make sense in that space and whether there's a way to automate and do them better. Chair, just quickly, Honorable Ngubane mentioned, I think, an important example as well, where he spoke about a case where he was saying it took 3 years to change a surname. If you look at the APP that DG presented, there is an APP target on automating exactly that process. It's called an amendment. That is all in the pipeline, Honorable Ngubane. And my question is very simple. If you have a digital ID system, in other words, if you can access your information on your phone, why can't you actually make an amendment yourself? Of course, there would again be relevant safeguards, relevant rules around that to avoid abuse. But you are correct to say, why do we have such an onerous process for something that actually should be possible in a better way? So what it means, Chair, at the end of the day, I think, just in conclusion, that there's these parallel this parallel work that the department is constantly juggling. On the one hand, we don't want situations where it takes 3 years under an existing manual process for an amendment. So we work and appreciate the inputs from honorable members to speed that up and please bring the cases, and we must intervene constantly to resolve those issues. But in parallel, we're also saying, how does one rebuild that system so that it's not possible for it to take 3 years? In other words, there is always constantly the short-term intervention to resolve a problem which flows from inefficiencies in the system. And in parallel to that, the systemic reform to make sure that that problem doesn't repeat itself. In other words, another 3 years from now, Honorable Ngubane raises exactly the same problem. So we are trying our level best to balance, I think, those two imperatives, Chair. And I thought it's important just to share that perspective. And in conclusion, being mindful of time, honourable members, I do want to commend Team Home Affairs. I want to commend DM, DG, and really all of the officials on the call here today, all the way through from counter-corruption to information technology. I think that there really is a lot of commitment and work going on in what we all know is a very difficult space. And I also want to conclude by really thanking the honourable members for, I think, what have been very useful discussions in our previous one around the APP for GPW and also today for Home Affairs. Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Of the committee who contributed to this discussion and the report that has been presented and the recommendations that have been put forward for a review as we proceed, DG, and the work that we still have to engage with the CFO around the areas that the AG has identified, and I think we'll invite the department only to focus on that area. Minister, without waste of time, let me invite you to introduce the BMA report. Then we'll invite the commissioner.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm working on the assumption that the BMA colleagues have managed to join. Chair, very briefly again, obviously, some of the APP targets that will be presented by the BMA, I think the honourable members will see the overlap, not only in terms of the approach we are taking to solving problems with BMA, but also the way in which these two entities link so closely together and function within the same ecosystem. By way of one example, Chair, you saw in the presentation now from Home Affairs the targets related to the ETA, which is, of course, your application and adjudication platform for tourist visas at this stage. And you saw the targets in terms of expanding to other visa categories. But then on the other side, you will now see from the BMA presentation that they obviously have a critical role to play in the rollout of the ETA because they process the traveller who holds an ETA when they arrive at the port of entry, and they require the EMCS 2.0, the upgraded system with facial recognition, to actually do that successfully. So the way in which we function as an ecosystem is actually very important, critical to any of the individual entities' success. In other words, Home Affairs cannot succeed on the ETA without BMA on EMCS 2.0 and vice versa. And I think that is an important element of how we're trying to really pull closer together. And, you know, people talk about breaking down the silos, but really everyone in a border environment working together to resolve issues and enable the reforms to actually take off. So, Chair, I think I would just conclude my introduction on the same tone as with Home Affairs to indicate that this is an acceleration of the platform that has been built. I think despite notwithstanding the fact that we face massive challenges in this environment, which we're all familiar with, I think the platform has been laid, and what we're looking for in this financial year and challenging all of our entities to do is to really accelerate the urgency and the pace at which reforms are being implemented. But we are confident, Chair, that the direction of travel is correct. As I said with Home Affairs, in the case of BMA, the direction of travel is correct. And I think as a country, for all of us to pull together and really push them, support them, and hold them accountable in implementing the agenda which will take us forward, of that there is really no doubt. It's a matter of getting the implementation to happen with the required urgency. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and again, through you, I'm happy to hand over to the Commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning, commissioners and all the executive. You are now invited to present Commissioner Mashapat.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let's appreciate this opportunity. Good morning to the Minister, the committee members, DM, DG, and the rest of the colleagues. Yes, indeed, we appreciate the opportunity to come before the committee to present the 2026-2027 annual performance plan as well as the budget thereof for the Border Management Authority. And of course, we do this as part of the requirements as we are meant to come before yourselves to indicate what is the plan going forward. So in terms of the flow of the presentation, there are some of the aspects of the presentation at the beginning part where we will not spend much time on, but they are meant to be submitted to yourselves as part of the key fundamentals. And those are issues around visions and missions, the issues around the analysis that we have done, even as we are to unpack the new financial year, as well as the issues around the general key outcomes. Then we'll go straight into the strategic plan itself, just to remind the committee members in terms of the bigger picture for the 5 years, as we are now on year 2 of the strategic plan, and then reflect more on the APP 26-27. I suppose that is the core of the presentation, and ultimately will conclude by reflecting on the budget thereof. However, Chair, we did receive a correspondence from yourself indicating that we needed to have an addendum slide that is supposed to reflect on some bit of report on the issues raised, I suppose, by the AG around the issues of fruitless expenditure. And on that basis, that addendum had fairly been submitted. And therefore, the CFO will then take the committee through. That is only one slide given in the rationale and the reasons and all of the issues regarding that particular aspect. And of course, the issue of the budget itself will then be presented by Assistant Commissioner Madam Zama on the basis. Now, if we can then start, Chair and the committee members, this is the slide that I've said we will not necessarily spend much time on. For the issue of the vision and mission, together with the values, had mainly been stable across the ecosystem, and we have not necessarily tempered much with it. And on that basis, I will not necessarily go into it. The next slide, this is the what you will call an environmental analysis that we had to do in terms of understanding the ecosystem where we operate within the context of the strength that we carry, but also the weaknesses that are actually in the environment, opportunities and threat. And on that basis, we will not necessarily go much into the details. However, during the question time, if there is an interest for a deliberation on this part, we will definitely come back to reflect on it. But otherwise, we had to do this to make sure that we are fairly ready to be able to implement all of the activities we are supposed to with the full understanding of the ecosystem. This particular slide reminds the committee members in terms of our 5 key outcomes. You will remember in the past financial year 25-26, we actually had the first time where we split the outcomes 3 and 4. In other words, we made them to be 3 and 4. In the 24-25, they were basically combined, but we started in 25-26, where we basically had to split them and make sure that we account for the cross-border ecosystem in terms of the movement of goods being separated from the improved cross-border ecosystem in terms of the legitimate movement of persons. That split remained fundamental. But otherwise, in terms of the first outcome, it has always been stable, and that is the one that deals with issues of your corporate or the support part of the environment. And of course, the second one being the core, which is about securing borders that protect national interest and enhance national security. And that is where issues of illegal migration, the issues of illicit goods and all of that are being attended to. And 3 and 4 is fairly the core business part in terms of movement of goods and persons. And then the last part being the one that is provided for in Section 5C of the Border Management Authority Act. That is about coordinating and cooperating with other stakeholders in the broader border ecosystem. So basically, this is just the outcomes, just to remind the committee members, so that when we go to the APP, we are able to see the interface between the outcomes as well as the actual indicators. Now, here we are just trying to demonstrate that if you are to look at the work that we do, starting from the legislative framework of the BMA, which is embedded in Section 5 of the Act, as well as the overall government apex priorities, we are fairly aligned. We are feeding into priority 1 and priority 3 in terms of government. And as you can see, we are able to then ensure that those priorities are enhanced or implemented within the context of the BMA mandate. And those are the outcomes there on the third row as indicated. And of course, at the extreme right, those are the ministerial as well as overall departmental priorities that we feed into on the basis of the executive authority that we ultimately account to. And of course, all of those fundamentals, they are well clearly articulated. Maybe just to indicate that the issue of digital tools and technologies becomes fundamental in terms of us doing this work going forward, as well as ensuring that we are able to achieve a full organizational culture shift, as well as the right mindset. So those are some of the fundamentals in terms of looking at the picture. Now, before we go into the actual 2026-2027 APP, we thought it would be very critical just to have a quick refresh in terms of how the strategic plan of the organization looked like, which actually started in the past year, which will then end in 2030. So effectively in this current year of 2026-2027, we are entering the second year in terms of the implementation of the strategic plan. And on that basis, we will then be able to do a quick refresher before we go into the actual APP. So basically, this is how it looks in terms of the strat plan. And as you can see there, we are looking at the baseline, which was to be embedded in 2024 as we were building into the previous financial year. You will realize there that in terms of the midterm, which will be somewhere in 2027, 2028, we are saying we will be sitting at 60% in terms of the processes within the BMA that will want them to be digitalized ultimately and ultimately automated. And in the end of the 5 years, we'll be sitting at a point where we have every other thing within the environment being completely automated so that we can move completely into a paperless environment. If you then look at the second part, once again, from a baseline in 2024, we consider that as the new indicator, and we are looking here at around the implementation of biometric movement control system. The most critical part to note here is about moving into one of the latest critical biometric, which is facial recognition. And we are saying here that in the midterm, looking at the 5 years horizon, we should be at 41%. I mean, at 41 of the ports of entry are supposed to be already fully capacitated with the biometric movement control system, and we'll have the 71, which is all in all in the ultimate 5 years. If you look at the second part, here we are talking once again about the issues of ethics, which we consider it to be very much critical in the BMA ecosystem, primarily because we deal with national security issues, but also we deal with issues of national interest. So on that basis, it remains very much critical to ensure that we are running in a highly ethical environment or a highly ethical organization. And that is why we are saying in the midterm, although baseline-wise it was new indicator, we are saying we'll be sitting at around 30 over the 100. That is supposed to be the actual range or metric around the issues of full ethics in the ecosystem. And by year 5, we'll be sitting at 80 out of 100 ultimately. And of course, the 20 in between there, it is that reality of humanity at the end. And of course, that is basically the essence. If you look at the one that follows through, is the issue of the audit outcomes. You will remember that when we then started, we were sitting with a qualified, and that is why the baseline talks about qualified. And we are then saying that as we are entering into this year, but starting with the 25, by the way, from a strat plan perspective, we are looking at unqualified outcomes, obviously into the midterm, ultimately going into the future. The intention is not to default, and the intention is to make sure that we move and we keep on going to the future. Now, if you look at this part, this is the part that is fairly static to the extent that it talks about a baseline that is purely 100% to ensure that as we detect people attempting to cross illegally, they will indeed be apprehended and ultimately be addressed or dealt with. And that is about the conundrum of people movement and, of course, dealing with those that are doing what is not supposed to be done. The second part is the one that deals with goods movement, and hence it talks about 100% there to say, as we detect, we have to be making sure that they get confiscated. And that is going to be moving through the medium term, ultimately into a year 5 at the end. So if you look at this particular aspect here, is purely the issue around consignment, also sitting at 100% to say they will be presented and they will be processed. And of course, following the service level standards that we have to comply with as the frontline organization being set by the principal organ of state, or what you will call policy department. And it is the same mantra from the midterm into the end. And if you are to look at the issues around the consignments that are supposed to be digitally processed, here we talk about 60% of those consignments that are supposed to be processed digitally. And of course, in the outer year, which is year 5, we are meant to be sitting at 100%. So all of this is basically how the environment will look like. Now, if we look at once again the issues around the percentage of travelers that are to be processed digitally, we talk about 60% at the midterm. And of course, we talk about 100% at the outer year. And then, of course, the last part is the part that deals with issues of the implementation protocols in terms of operationalization. From a baseline perspective, you will realize that in 2024, going backwards, we have already done 2 of those. And we are saying out of the remaining 4, out of the remaining 4, we'll do 1 midterm. And I mean, we'll do out of the remainder, we'll do 1 midterm. And by the end of the year, all of the 3 will ultimately be implemented. So that is in short how the strat plan for the BMA looks like, as approved in the past financial year. And now as we are entering into the second financial year of the implementation of the strategy, it is now critical that we look at the annual performance plan, which is the plan that is now for this current financial year that is supposed to be assisting us in the implementation of the strategy. Now, let's then quickly look at the content. As you will know, the BMA only has 2 programs, Program 1 being corporate, what you will describe as support, and Program 2 being operations, which is described as core business. So in this instance, for the current financial year, we are looking at 6 targets that has been set that are meant to be implemented. So let's go through them in terms of the APP for this year as put down. The first one, if you look at 26-27, in the middle of the conundrum there, we talk about quarterly performance reports that needs to be submitted to the minister. This is something that is very much critical because it is embedded also in the provisions of the Border Management Authority Act that we are meant to report on a quarterly basis to the minister. And it's not only just the Minister of Home Affairs, but it is to the 10 ministers that are sitting in the Interministerial Consultative Committee on Border Management. So what we are basically saying here is that out of the 4 quarterly performance reports to be issued, we shall be doing 1 per each quarter, and that is going to be running for the entire 4 quarters. So we do that in the first week of the new month, arising from the end of the first quarter. And the intention here is to make sure that that compliance is indeed observed. And we do the same as we also submit to the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation to make sure that all of those are fairly covered. The second part is on the basis of the BMA having to have an organizational ethics strategy that has to be ultimately approved together with its implementation plan. Once again, this is a very critical matter, as we have indicated in the strategy, that we are intending to be building a highly ethical organization. And that is why consciously in the current financial year, the intention is to make sure that in the first quarter, we are going to be putting together an ethics management panel that is going to be doing some work throughout the year. The second quarter, we are going to conduct an ethics survey within the BMA in order to ensure that when we develop a strategy, the entire ethics framework is understood in the ecosystem. And then in Q3, we are going to develop and ultimately have the strategy put together with the implementation plan itself. And of course, in the last quarter, we will then start the actual implementation of the strategy. And of course, that is going to be done highly embedded within the context of the implementation plan as approved. And that will then lead into the next or subsequent financial years, which will be 27, 28, and all of those are going forward. So as we have indicated, this is one of the key fundamentals within the BMA, which has just entered its year, I would say year 4 in terms of its existence. And of course, we need to make sure that from an ethics perspective, we are fairly grounded. In this particular part, once again, we talk about the issues of automation, very much fundamental within the context of the ministerial priorities of digitalization in the ecosystem, and make sure that we ultimately reach an environment where we are completely paperless. So in this instance, you will see there that in the first quarter, we talk about business requirements, ultimately for 2 business processes to be fully automated. So here we talk about very, I would say, fundamental projects that are going to be very much critical to enable us to do the work in a smart way. And that is where we talk about an electronic data management or an electronic data and records management system. This is the system that we are meant to bring into the environment that is going to be taking care of all of the work that we do in a way that everything is automated. That is why in Q2, we are saying we are going to ultimately have the specifications approved in terms of the administrative fines around the issue of the management of those particular fines. You will remember these are the fines that are embedded in the Immigration Act in terms of conveyancers bringing people without documents in the environment, where we charge them around 15,000. It is very much critical that we have this particular module within our our EDRMS system to make sure that all of these processes are automated, so that we do not have any challenges where we are not able to get the conveyancers to pay. In Q3, we then move out of that particular aspect, and then here we talk about the actual electronic documents and record management system itself, in a way that we are then able to have those particular business processes automated. And that is going to then lead us into the last quarter, where the actual implementation is going to be realized. Now, if we then move to this particular slide, once again, we talk about now EMCS 2.0. In this particular year, which is 2026, 2027, we are going to be targeting 19 ports of entry. We are then saying, with part of the rollout in this particular instance, is to make sure that the electronic management system or enhanced movement control system 2.0 is fully rolled out within the ecosystem. And by the way, we also want to confirm to the committee in this particular instance that we'll put in the target on the basis of our ability to do the rollout, which is within the context of the budget muscle or the ability that we have in terms of the budget that is supposed to be, I would say, supporting this particular plan, which effectively mean that even when we have set these particular targets, if there is a shift in terms of budget allocation, we're able to amplify the ramping up and all of that. So what I'm trying to say here, Chair and the committee members, is to say that the planning around the rolling out of the EMCS, it is done within the context of the budget availability and the ability for us to be able to do the rollout. That is why we are saying in the first quarter, we talk about 3 key ports where the rollout will actually be unfolding. I think you will be aware as we speak that we have already put some bit of pilot at OR Tambo, for example, Cape Town International, as well as Lanseria. And of course, those pilots are to be ramped up into the real rollout. And that is why we can fully account for it in terms of the first quarter. In the second quarter, we are talking about 6 ports. Third quarter is another 6, and fourth quarter is about 4. That is why all in all, we talk about 19. And I think the other context we can put here, just to make sure that the committee members are fully aligned with the context, is that out of the work that we do in terms of people movement and goods movement, there is actually around 12 ports that actually facilitate and move about 85% of the work that we do, which effectively means that when we have this 19 done in 26-27, we will be sitting at around 85% of our problems resolved, and the rest of the other rollouts to the other smaller ports will unfold as we go into the subsequent financial years. In here, we have actually brought this particular aspect at the, I would say, at the APP of the BMA, particularly because it is one of the fundamental requirements and one of the fundamental matters to say, especially when you look at your emerging businesses. That is why we had to put it even here to say 100% of valid invoices paid within 30 days. And as you can see, it's a very standard target that we are putting over the year, over the whole year, throughout all of the 4 quarters. Very much fundamental. The key word here is the word valid, meaning that if we are to receive an invoice and when we assess it and analyze it, we find it not to be valid, it is not going to be counted within the 100% metrics that we've actually developed. And that is basically the commitment we are making. And this is part of what is supposed to ultimately enable us to move into what we describe as clean audit as we go forward in terms of the organizational mechanism. Now here, once again, we talk about unqualified audit opinion. And here we are basically saying that this is the target that we have actually put even in terms of the past financial year, 25-26. And that is why as we are entering the audit period now, our understanding is that we are supposed to come out with an unqualified audit opinion. And on that basis, the intention is, as we move into the Q1 and Q2, we're going to be doing a lot of groundwork to make sure that indeed our automations are actually activated. Most of the papers are actually made into to the system within the broader context of digitization, which will then lead us into digitalization and make sure that we're able to achieve that paperless environment. All of these things, the intention as we go to the future is to maintain the unqualified audit opinion as we go through. So those are the 6 targets as put together in the support side. And of course, as you will remember, our main mission statement is to make sure that we actually have a support that is fairly grounded to make sure that operations side are actually taken care of. Then let's then transition into looking at the target within the operation space, which is the program that we consider it to be core business. The first mantra here, we talk about risk-based joint law enforcement operations. Very much critical to note that in the past year, we did around 158 as targets. And as the report will stand, in terms of the past financial year, we actually surpassed that 158. And on the basis of that baseline, we then increased, almost doubled ultimately in terms of the 26-27. And we are committing that in this current financial year, we will be doing over 302 risk-based joint law enforcement operations. And the qualifying word there is led by the BMA, meaning there will be other risk-based joint law enforcement operations which BMA participate into, which are not led by the BMA. This can be a joint operation led, for example, by the RTMC, Road Traffic Management Corporation on the corridor, where BMA gets invited to participate. We will definitely participate, but these ones are BMA led. And that is why we are saying in the first quarter, which is this one, we'll be doing 81, next quarter 70, the other quarter 81, and then 70. And that is how we have mapped this out. And this is going to be implemented across the entire jurisdiction, the entire ecosystem. And of course, the majority will still be done at high risk areas, whether it's the North Corridor, the East Corridor, as well as the Central Corridor. And this is basically the essence. If we move to the next one, this is those static ones where we talk about illegal foreigners that we have to intercept and make sure that they get deported. And of course, in this instance, we are saying as we intercept them, we make sure that they get deported at 100% rate. And that is going to be the mantra throughout all of the 4 quarters of the year. And of course, if we then move to the next one, almost in the same context, you will be aware that there is a bit of nuances in terms of how the language is couched. Here we talk about inadmissibles. So obviously, if you look at the previous one, you will see the difference. The previous one is illegal foreigners. mainly intercepted. Most of those will either be outside port, that will be the majority, but there will be some in port. And of course, the second one is the inadmissibles. Here we talk about somebody who might be having correct documentation, but only to find that there is an element that is not in compliance, and that person becomes inadmissible, meaning refused to be able to be admitted into the country. Once we then all of those that we detect, we will then make sure that they are refused entry, and that is why we can account for 100% of those, and that is the entire mantra for all of the quotas. If we then move to the next one, you will see that the two I just spoke about, we're looking at people movement, and this one now start to drift into looking into goods movement. Once again, we talk about 100% as we detect, mainly those that are non-compliant. And then we start to dissect agricultural goods. And as we indicate, they will then be rejected, whether they are meant for import or they are meant for export. And that mantra will then unfold throughout all of the quarters, quarter one until the last quarter. And the key issue here is those that are non-compliant, they will ultimately have to be rejected. What it means is those that are compliant will therefore be processed in, and that is then the main flow in as far as the work that we do. Now, if you look at this particular one here, you will see that here we then move out of just basic agricultural, we move into another specialization, and this is in terms of health-related goods. So that is basically now outside agricultural into health, and once again, we talk about 100%. Obviously, once we detect, we are able to make sure that those non-compliant will definitely be addressed accordingly, because we are guided by existing legislative prescripts, in this instance being developed by the Department of Health, and we are meant to comply to those prescripts as we do the work in the front end. Once again, 100% across all the quotas as provided for on screen. Now, if we then move to this particular aspect, this is the aspect that is a fairly complicated environment where we deal with CITES. These are your endangered species, these are your invasive species, and all of those. So we are saying 100% of presented eligible CITES permits that are ultimately going to be endorsed, and ultimately all of those consignments to be accordingly processed. And of course, there are very complicated provisions in terms of this particular environment. There has to be particular things that are actually observed within the context of the existing regulations in terms of CITES, but also those that are provided for in the National Environmental Management and Biodiversity Act and all of that. So we are saying every other thing, as they come through into those designated ports, they are going to be accordingly looked at, and of course there will be endorsement of permits, and everything is then going to be addressed accordingly. So all in all, those are the 6 key targets in as far as Program 2, which deals with operations, which we describe as the core business within the Border Management Authority. If we can then move quickly just to reflect on some bit of risks as well as mitigation before we hand over to the CFO to reflect on the budget aspects. So in this instance, we are saying there are issues around unethical behavior, something that we know has been very much problematic in the ecosystem. And of course, we know the environment as inherited already had these realities. And it is on this basis that we are able to say the BMA has adopted a zero tolerance from an unethical practices point of view. Hence, we can account for over 50 immigration officers fired, over 38 that are undergoing disciplinary and all of that. And once again, the key issue here is the development of an ethics management plan, as indicated, to be able to deal with the unethical behavior. The reason why this becomes fundamental is that we want to be proactive, and that is why, with the minister having launched together with the DM, the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum, the intention is to amplify awareness, is to make sure that people are trained on ethics, people are trained on patriotism, and on that basis, they are able to understand the criticality of the work that they do, so that we are able to make sure that we start to prevent, instead of being reactive all the time and get people fired over and over, which does not necessarily assist, but instead try to be proactive in the ecosystem. The other issue, obviously, is the issue of inadequate financial resources, something that we had fairly, articulated very clearly within even this particular committee. And on that basis, we are saying here that the conversations continue in terms of further lobby and of course for further resources. And we know as we speak, there is some bit of an allocation that has been put on the table. And of course, the CFO will start to indicate in as far as that part is concerned. And willingness of stakeholders in terms of working with the BMA, by the way, we are talking risks here. So basically what risk is about things that are possible in the ecosystem. And what is it that we are actually going to be doing to make sure that those particular risks do not materialize? So hence, we talk here about ensuring that when we engage at the Border Technical Committee of 10 Directors Generals, when we engage in the Interministerial Committee of 10 Ministers, part of what we do is to make sure that we are able to ensure that the stakeholder management becomes very much fundamental so that the risk of unwillingness does not arise in the ecosystem. The issue about ICT failures is indeed one of the risks that are actually there. The possible risk of cybercrime, fundamental risk globally in terms of ICT-related issues. And in that instance, we are saying we had to be installing robust cybersecurity solutions to make sure that we're able to deal with those issues. But when it comes to just basic other failures, there are backup systems that are on the ecosystem to make sure that those particular aspects are attended to. Now, Honorable Chair and the committee members, ministers and DM, with your permission, we can then allow the CFO just to reflect on what are the financial resources allocated to enable us to be able to implement this 2026-2027 APP. Madam CFO.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, the members, Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner, DG, as well as the colleagues that are currently on the call. Commissioner, Chairperson, before I get to how the monies that we've actually received and also get to speaking to how we're going to spend it, maybe let me just give a little bit of a history. I'm going to do it very quickly. We are aware that the BMA was formulated through the transfer of the border management functions from the 4 departments. This then entailed the transfer of the budget also. If we look at how the budget comprises, it's about 90% of the budget transfer was for the COE, leaving a very immaterial amount for goods and services. So this is why you find that we often come here and ask for more money for us to be able to deal with the funding of the technology, the infrastructure, as well as the tool of trade. Obviously, anticipating that we would really be on a shortage, there were discussions that were held with National Treasury, where the National Treasury agreed to say they would provide, or rather the entity would receive an incremental allocation of 350 million, which would have been over the MTF period. This was basically used, as insufficient as it was basically used for the recruitment of the 600 junior border guards, as well as filling positions of critical senior executive positions, as well as procurement of the essential tools of trade. Just as a reminder, when the staff was transferred, it did not come with some of the senior positions, which would include positions such as those at a chief level. In the FY 25-26 rather, we've already spoken to that we submitted a business case to the National Treasury, and here we were outlining the financial constraints that we had, and they were particularly looking at your human resources, both administrative as well as operational, technology as well as your operational tools. Following from these engagements, we have received positive results from the National Treasury that we would be getting an increase of about 344 million over the MTF period. This will be utilized for the recruitment of the critical positions, as well as covering some of the operational costs. It is not sufficient, as Commissioner has spoken to that, and that when we submitted our business case, we had requested around about 2.2 billion. But obviously understanding where we are as a country and that the fiscus could not afford to give us the 2.2 billion, we were then given the 344 million, which is to assist with some of the work, or rather some of the issues that we had identified in the business case. Additionally, what has happened is we have received communication from the Department of Justice, In terms of the CARA funding, we had requested 3.4 billion, but they have provided us or approved us 50 million. And as we go through the slides, I'd start speaking as to what that 50 million would be utilized for. We remain extremely appreciative to National Treasury. At least what we are seeing is that we are moving in terms of the requests that we are making for funding. But however, we still remain, our greatest risk as the organization still remains the funding constraints that we are faced with. As such, we in the FY 2025-2026 financial year, we started to intensify in terms of our partnership, both from a private as well as a public sector institution. And this has been able to assist us in delivering our mandate. In terms of the FY 2026-2027 financial year, we will continue our discussions with National Treasury. In our last meeting we had with them, we've made it clear that the current funding that has been provided does not fully address the business case submitted. As such, we would need to return and start having discussion. Our focus is going to be on the advanced border management technology, the infrastructure, as well as the essential tools that could not be funded. I think we can go to the next slide. The next slide then looks at the MTF allocation that we've been provided with. If you look at, maybe I'm just going to look at the bottom line, you will see that our allocation for the 2026-2027 has increased. We are now on 2.5 billion. It then moves on to 2.6, just above 2.6 billion, and then we move to 2.7 billion, just above 2.7 billion. And this is the result of the discussions that we had with National Treasury when we submitted our business case. Maybe then just in depth, the amounts that have been received is the 344 million that I spoke about that we are receiving from National Treasury as new allocation. The remaining amount that then speaks to the amount that you see there of 701 million is in relation to the shift of funds that we received from the Department of Home Affairs following the transfer of the ALAs and division into the BMA. If we then just look at the profile of this or spending profile, you'll see that it consists largely of the COE, the share of the budget. The COE consists of, if you look at our budget, the COE makes up a large share of the budget. It currently sits at about 1.6 billion, which is about 62%. And then if you look at the remaining, which is the 960 million, that is for goods and services, of that already committed is the 306 that relates to the land port infrastructure, as well as about 350 that relates to the ICT systems. And this is monies that would have been transferred by the Department of Home Affairs when they were transferring the LAs and division. I think to maybe say that our discussions with National Treasury, repeat that our discussions with National Treasury will continue. And again, as I've said, it will focus on technology, infrastructure, as well as tools of trade in which we are lacking. Again, we say that the significant risk that we face as an organization for us to be able to render on a mandate is the funding. And unless we are adequately funding, then we put a risk on the security of this country. I think we can go to the next slide. The next slide, Chairperson, basically just shows the movement that we've had over the MTF period, as well as just the allocations that you can see. I'm just going to speak maybe of FY 2024-2025. And when you compare it to 25-26, you'll see that there's quite a significant difference there. And that's the year that we had that movement or that shift for the budget of the land port infrastructure from the DPW. And then if you do 25-26 and you compare it to 26-27, that's where I've already spoken about the shift from the Department of Home Affairs, as well as the new monies that we've received from Treasury. I think we can go to the next slide. The next slide will speak about what our funding has basically focused on throughout the years. The first year with the 1.3 billion, it was basically the establishment of the organization, and majority of the funding was directed towards your COE as well as our operational costs. When we look at the 25, here we focused on the stabilization of the organization, and this included the harmonization of service conditions, given the fact that we were consolidating staff that was coming from different departments, and we needed to then create a harmonized service conditions for the BMA. Additional, we had the approval of the remuneration framework. We also then focused on some of the ICT elements. There we were looking at procuring of laptops. We were also looking at your lease spaces, trying to put everybody in one space so that we could create a BMA. And then second to that, it was then just looking at how do we automate our processes. I think achievements there were looking at how we were able to implement the Sage 300 as well as your Sage X3, which looks at finance, and the 300 looks at payroll, and automating processes around that area. And then if you look at the 2025-2026, which was our third year of existence. Here, when we first started the year, it was to look at how do we deploy a comprehensive technology strategy. This is how we automate and how we optimize in terms of our projects, as was our focus. But unfortunately, given the fact that we did not receive the funding from National Treasury, we were unable to fully implement the comprehensive technology strategy that we had. What we then did is to look at what funding we had, and we still had the CARA funding, and this is where then we're able to invest in some of the technology. Here we did the drone technology that we were able to implement at some of our ports. And then additionally, when we saw that we do not have much money, we then looked at partnerships, and you would have already seen that in terms of the private sector, they were able to come in with some of the technologies that you have been able to see within our festive as well as our Easter operations. And then from a human or capacity shortage, we were able to then work with your Western Cape as well as your Department of Tourism, as well as your Gauteng government in terms of being able to adequately capacitate our ports of entry. And then lastly, in terms of the FY 2025-2026, it was to look at how do we intensify our efforts in terms of combating corruptions. And this was through our partnerships that we had with the Department of Home Affairs as well as the SIU in terms of the anti-corruption initiatives that we have had. If you look at the 2026-2027 financial year, we have then received the funding from National Treasury. And as I've already said, that funding will basically look at how do we fill the critical positions, as well as some of the operational costs that we currently have. We've also then got the transfers of funding that we receive from the Department of Home Affairs, and this one is to be used for the advanced passenger processing system, as well as the passenger name record system, which IC will be using so that they can be able to procure that system. Additionally, with the current fundings that we've received of 50 million, the focus again is going to be on tools of trade. You would remember that even though in the last allocation with CARA, we received 150. We were able to at least procure some of the vehicles, but we didn't cover all of the ports. So the aim also is that when we get the funding of 50 million, we look at the critical ports that are in need of your vehicles, but also we then procure some of the drones because it's also limited in terms of the ports of entries that have the drone technology. We also look at how we can advance or rather assist in terms of our coastal maritime border guards so that they can be able to fully implement or do their work, as well as then we will just be looking at some of the ICT equipment. We will also prioritize the PPP that we're currently busy with in terms of the redevelopment of the 6th port. And lastly, we'll continue to intensify our anti-corruption initiatives across all of our ports. And we can go to the next slide. I will not stay long here. I think I've spoken to most of the work that we are going to be doing, and the Commissioner has also covered just the targets that we'll be looking at. But safe to say that for our Program 1, we have allocated just about 474 million in order for us to be able to do that work. We can go to the next slide, which is our Program 2, which looks at operation. And this is where the mandate is actually rendered, and there we have estimated a 2.13 billion that would be utilized to be able to deliver on all of the targets. Can now go to the next slide. And just the next then to slide, Chairperson, basically look at the detailed budget for each of the programs. If I can then ask Chairperson, there is a slide that we have put as an annexure, which we were requested to speak to the irregular expenditure. If I'm allowed, I would request to go to that slide, please.
Proceed, CFO.
Thank you very much. Maybe to start, the irregular expenditure of the BMA currently sits just above 5 million. And maybe to give history to what the irregular expenditure relates to, when we started as an organization, we had scattered offices, so which would mean health would have had its own offices, agriculture would have had its own offices. Some of the leases that we entered into were on a month-on-month. There was no procurement process that had been done, and additionally to that, there were no contracts that were in place. To try and move, I think the understanding that we've always had as the BMA is to find one common office space where we would be able to put all of the functions that had been transferred in one building, given the fact that their work is alive. We then started the process in 2024, in terms of 2023, 2024, in terms of being able to identify these spaces. But in the meanwhile, given the fact that we still continued to be in those office space, we then incurred the irregular expenditure. We have had much progress in terms of being able to resolve this issue. To date, we currently sit with only 2 leases, which is one in the City Deep as well as the one in Port of Health, Durban, where we have not yet finalized the moving of our officials. And the reason being is that the renovations need to be done. Maybe let me speak to the City Deep one. We've been able to take discussion with TNPA so that we can be able to find an office closer to where the mandate needs to be delivered. We have found the space, but it is a need for a lot of renovations. We are expecting that it's going to take us around about 3 to 6 months for us to be able to finalize the renovations and have our officials be able to move into the building. This will then be able to ensure that we close off on the irregular expenditure, but second to that, we get our officials to be closer to where the work actually needs to be done. The last one in Durban, Port of Durban, we have identified a building. It was a building that was used by SARS as well as SAPS. They have left the building, leaving only the immigration staff. We are also in the process of renovating that building. We are expecting that that building should be finalized within the next, say, 2 to 3 months, in which then we'll be able to move our officials. This will ensure that we have our immigration staff, our health as well as our agriculture in one building. No staff has been held accountable specifically for this, given the work that was needed for us to be able to consolidate the office space. We are working, though, to ensure that we prioritize this so that we can be able to close off the irregular expenditure. Maybe to say we have reduced it over the years significantly compared to the first time that we took on this function. I think I've provided the way forward is we are going to monitor this. And again, in terms of any other irregular expenditure, which we're going to monitor and prevent that we have any irregular expenditure. In the event that there is, the consequence management will be applied. Additionally, what we have done is we, in line with the irregular expenditure framework from National Treasury, which requires that we investigate the irregular expenditure, apply consequence management, is that for the irregular expenditure that we've already incurred, is to bring in an independent service provider that would do the investigation. They've looked at the reasonings that we've been able to provide, also understanding that the BMA is still at establishing phase, understanding our concept of having everybody in one office space to be able to render the mandate. They have said that they've also concurred to say no one can really be held accountable for the irregular expenditure that we've incurred on the office space. They have, though, recommended to us that we need to prioritize the closing off on this matter. They've also stated that given they have not identified that there's been any loss of money, so they've basically said there has been value for money in terms of the office on the lease office space, and the need that we need to prioritize and close off on the renovation to ensure full compliance. Chairperson, maybe just on the last one, what we also do is just to ensure that our staffs do go for training with the National Treasury to ensure that our SCM is able to keep abreast with all of the changes in the SCM processes. And I can also confirm that we are in the process already to make submission for the condonement of the FY 2023-2024 investigations that have been done, as well as the FY 2024-2025 to National Treasury. And we have not incurred any other irregular expenditure other than that relating to the lease office space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Is there any other issue, Commissioner?
No, thank you very much, Chair. So we really appreciate the opportunity. Let me just put this one line, Chair and the committee members, around the irregular expenditure. So one of the fundamentals that actually transpired here, you will remember, for example, in places like Durban, or maybe let me start by saying this point. You will remember that when it comes to land, infrastructure, land buildings and everything, they used to be under the Department of Public Works. So Section 38 of the BMA says we need to get all of those land infrastructure to be owned by the BMA. We are in that process to do that transition. Meaning when we operate in land ports as the BMA, we will be the landlord. But if you go into airports are owned by Airports Company South Africa, if it is government. If it is private like Lanseria, it will be owned by a private enterprise. We operate there as the BMA, but we operate as a tenant, meaning we have to get office space and every other thing, and we need to pay the landlord. If you go to the sea, then we have TNPA, Transnet National Ports Authority, is the landlord. Then we operate there as the BMA as a tenant. What then transpired in these particular irregular expenditures, the departments that used to have offices in sea in particular, not much about air, but in sea, then they actually rented offices there. Some of those offices were rented outside TNPA space, and some were owned by private enterprises. In Durban, for example, in those instances, when we then took over the people as the BMA, for example, you take the people of health, you take the people of agriculture, now they are BMA employees. Now, the owners of those buildings had contract with the departments that used to own those people, or those people used to work for, but now those people work for BMA. Now, we then had instances where some of those contracts were basically very much not clearer and all. Therefore, we then started to receive the invoices for us to be able to pay, because it is now our officials who are in those particular spaces. So that transition is what, according to paperwork, is described as irregular. And that is why the CFO is saying what we are doing to address this particular issue is to now take officials from all those scattered places. Agriculture people were in that other building, they're owned by that one, people from health that side, immigration that side. We are getting a single office where we are going to take all of them into one space. We will then have a contract with that particular enterprise. And once we do that, we will then have this thing done once and for all. And that is where the issue came from. It was not an error of a particular BMA official, and that is why consequence management in this instance wouldn't be applying. And that is why we are taking the conversation to Treasury to make sure that everything is condoned accordingly. I thought I just needed to bring that broader kind of summary so that that aspect is well appreciated by the committee members. Thank you very much, Chair and the committee members.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and the CFO. Members, can I invite you to interact with the presentation? Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, let me start by welcoming the presentation and also giving credit to Dr. Masiapato for his professionalism and his excellent communication. I think he's been an absolute credit to the Border Management Authority, and I certainly appreciate the massive amount of work, your constant availability, if there's issues that are raised with you, and the way that you communicate in the public. It's an absolute credit to the BMA. And then also to the Minister for taking our border security seriously. Chair, we heard today of another 7 corrupt border officials that were dismissed. And this brings the total dismissals to 63 since the formation of the GNU. And I think what we've seen, and one interesting thing is with the limited budget, we've seen a decline in illegal crossings over the border, but we've also seen an increase in travellers that were processed. For example, in the Easter period, a 21% increase in travellers through Lebombo and similar figures in other areas. So it appears that persons that used to be crossing the border illegally, either there's an increase in travellers through the visa systems that have been introduced by the minister, or there are persons that used to cross without us knowing about it that are now starting to cross through the border, where they can have their details taken at the border. So all in all, it is a very positive picture. Chair, there's just one thing that I have to raise, and it's something that we were heavy on as a committee for a while. We had a joint meeting with SAPS postponed at the 11th hour, but it is the issue of funding, and we cannot stop talking about it. I think we do recognize that some funding has been made available by Treasury. But what I'm struggling to understand at the moment is that we had the BMA formally established as a Schedule 3A public entity on the 1st of April 2023. So it's been over 3 years now. And all the transfer of key functions at the border, including SAPS, was supposed to happen by that date. Staff, budgets, and assets. So we the constant theme throughout this presentation, throughout this APP, is an issue of staff, or the fact that the COE is a unsustainable percentage of the overall budget, a need for budget, a need for assets. And all of those were supposed to come across from the entities. So we've had this 3 years now where it's becoming apparent that there's not a willingness of SAPS to engage for the border functions to be transferred to the BMA. It's been so quiet in the last 6 months, and clearly there's a lot going on for SAPS. So you might say that it could have fallen off the table. But I think it's important that we as a committee get an update on what is happening with this. Is this optional? Is it optional that the SAPS border functions that were supposed to come into the BMA come into the BMA? Is it legally required, or are we unsure? So that is my first question. Is it an optional thing that they can decide if they want to or not? When I questioned the president about it, he indicated that it's difficult for the police and but they're in discussions and so forth. And then there was some indication that it might not be legally required after all. So we don't seem to have absolute surety, because if there's a surety that this was supposed to happen, then it hasn't happened for 3 years. And we need to have this engagement now. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? How is it going to happen? And when is it going to happen? So my question really is this absolutely legally required? Has the BMA got absolute legal certainty? And then, Chair, it's for us as a committee in the report to decide how we take this forward. But Chair, I think, with the BMA, if we haven't sorted out this issue, if we don't get to the bottom of this issue, we're making it extremely difficult. And Dr. Masiya Pato and the minister and everyone that's involved there is clearly they're working out of their skin to make the BMA a success. But we're being very unfair on them if we don't absolutely support them in this and get to the bottom of this long outstanding issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Mohale.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the Commissioner. Chairperson, I have a number of questions for the BMA. Well, firstly, I want to start off with the lifestyle audits that the committee had also called for previously, just to check with the BMA if they have started, because I remember last time they cited reasons of lack of funding or insufficient funding, which is one of the stumbling blocks to instituting lifestyle audits. And what measures are they putting in place to deal with the corrupt officials at the ports of entry? We appreciate the arrests that are taking place. They are highly commendable, but I think it's just a drop in the ocean. So we want to understand what measures have you put in place to deal with some of these corrupt elements within the agency. The SIU had cited the issue of the student. Oh, this one I know. Okay, this one is not for the BMA. The staffing capacity of the BMA at this point has at what capacity are you at currently in terms of the staffing? We also want to check with you in terms of the MOUs. Do you have any MOUs that you have entered into with the Revenue Service and the SAPS and the SANDF? And also, you cited issues of that you had requested about 3.4 billion from the Kara fund, and only to receive 50 million. What impact is that going to have on the kind of technological tools that you want to procure? Because I see you want to procure more scanners and what have you. So, and what do you call the drones? So, what impact is that going to have in terms of that? And also the conflicting priorities, because you guys, you report to 5 departments. So what have you picked up that might be a challenge around that? And lastly, around the branding. I remember last time you had spoken about the branding of your offices, that you'll be embarking on branding and signage and all of that. But have you also, as part of that, also considered the name changes of some of these ports of entries as part of the branding exercise? Chair, those are my questions. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukhale. Honorable Nguban.
Thank you very much, Chair. As well, from our side, we would like to appreciate the hard work that the BMA is doing, to the commissioner and his team. We really appreciate the effort. It's important that we note and we notice the extra effort they are trying to assist to make our borders safe and secure, and to close them. Chair, first and foremost, I would like to start on strategy and outcome and credibility, especially on the 100% target. Many indicators, Chair, shows 100% achievement target, especially on illegal crossings, apprehensions, illegal crossings apprehended, illegal goods confiscated, deportations, and refusal of entry. So, Chair, yeah, it's a question that people always ask us on the street. That how does the BMA define and verify that 100%? And we need to know the independent evidence claim that supports this. Why I'm asking this, Chair? The baseline question here is that you are achieving 100%, on illegal crossing that you've apprehended, on illegal goods you've confiscated, on the deportation you have to do, and on denial of entry of people that wants to get in wrongly. Now the question is, how do you measure these 100% versus the undetected activity? Because remember, our people are complaining about majorly on the undetected activity. So somehow, Commissioner, with your team, I don't know how we're going to achieve this. We need to have some mechanism in place to be able to compare that 100% versus that the other non-achievements, which is undetected. Because remember, the major crimes that we picked up at Deep Sleuths, the major rapes, the hijackings of cars, where you even when the police are checking for fingerprints, they can't see who that person is because the person is unknown. He can cross in from Mozambique and cross out and is undetected. Somehow we need to find some mechanisms to say we've apprehended 5 over a certain number that we couldn't apprehend for certain reasons. Because to us, this 100% target achievement, it poses that major credibility challenges of saying, what about those that they don't know? Because our gist, Chair, our gist in this country, as we appreciated what the Commissioner says, this is how much we've achieved. Our gist is what you don't know. To say, oh God, it seems as if they know about 5 of illegal crossings that they've caught. What about 20 that they don't know? That's our concern. So somehow, Commissioner, we need to know how on earth we can be able to measure even that, find a way, cameras all over or whatever, where we at least know what is happening in our, because at this stage we are the dark. We are happy, we are catching people, but there's a huge unhappiness of those that when they meet me in the street, Commissioner, they look at me as a South African, they laugh at me, they look at me as a fool. I'm the fool, a South African fool, because he just came in, he went to Bara, he collected medicine, and he just went out again. He was undetected. And when he comes in, he looks at me, hey, this country, it's a nice country to live in. So that's our challenge at this stage, Commissioner. And then secondly, on real impact versus compliance. Several outcomes focus on process compliance rather than impact. How do these indicators demonstrate improved border security outcomes rather than just adherence to procedures? That there was this procedures I comply in the tick box exercise, Commissioner. So we need the evidence as well here that shows that the illegal activity is actually declining rather than us having this tick box of saying, oh yes, I complied here, I complied here. That's the next one, the second one. And the third one is the cyber security. Cyber crime on your presentation is listed as a key risk. So we need to know the specific cyber security maturity level of BMA, which is at what currently is at, and what are you testing that maturity value against? That's what we need to know as well, Commissioner, because we can see you have listed your maturity value of your cyber security, but what are you measuring against on what? The comparison, and how is it independently tested? Has BMA experienced any material cyber crime incidents to date, so that we are able to compare that your maturity level is at good state or it's not at good state? So that's the next question. I think the other one, Chair, Honorable Mokhale has touched on it, on the reliance on ad hoc funding, that CARA, and inclusive on that, well, not only CARA, inclusive the PPPs, Commissioner. The CARA funding and PPEs are repeatedly referenced in your presentation. So what happens if What happens to operations if these non-baseline funds do not materialize or are delayed? So are any core security functions currently dependent on a once-off funding? So that's that as well. You mentioned also ports of entry as prioritization. You mentioned only 19 ports are prioritized for EMCS 2.0 in 26 and 27. What objective risk criteria were used to identify these ports? And what risk remains at other ports that you haven't even mentioned here? Because there is other risk. So we want to know that. We always enjoy, Commissioner, when you give us the other picture of success. Give us this other picture as well of non-success and tell us that if it is non-success, what are you planning to do to curb it? Lastly, Chair, my question is on governance, ethics and culture, which the Commissioner raised it vehemently on the presentations. We saw that the ethics score jumped. The ethics score jumps target increases from 30 to 80. What exactly is being measured? Who measures it? And why would we believe that this improvement is realistic within one MTF cycle if it jumped so drastically? So the Commissioner and team must explain to us that it jumps on this ethics score. What is it based on? As well as the corruption risks. We know for sure, as I mentioned, Chair, on my previous input, that when we speak on the people, sometimes people, they speak on us because they know that we sit on this portfolio committee. They point, see here, there is something there. There is this syndicate that is doing X, Y, Z. The corruption is a known systemic border risk. So we want to know as well how many officials have been disciplined, charged, dismissed for corruption, and what trend does this show? And how is whistleblower protection as well practically enforced within BMA? I think those are my questions, Chair. On the last one was that on the business continuity. Given that border security is mission critical, borders is a very important critical item of our country. On the business continuity, are you testing your full business continuity scenarios like ICT failure, border closures, pandemic resurgence? And when last did you do this test to make sure that your business continuity is not just a paper-based, but you test them on a continuous basis, on its functionality and its workability in case the disasters happened, or your failures on your ICT, or on your closure of the border? That's all, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane and honorable members. We'll invite the Commissioner and also the Ministry to respond or comment on some of the issues that have been raised around the APP. One issue which we think it must also be offloaded to the BMA. You recall that when we're dealing with the issues around your underfunding, part of the recommendation of the committee was that once the funds has been allocated, what will be your priorities? And at that point, you could not have a clear or clarity to give to the committee. And you highlighted that you will work as you prepare for the APP and the budget moving forward. So perhaps if we can demonstrate in what will be the this intake of funds that have been allocated, in what area of interest that you are going to focus on to respond on the challenges that may continue to weaken the department. I know that the Home Affairs did not also respond to the issue of the fencing or technology that you may need to employ on the border lines, and appreciating that there's going to be redevelopment of ports of entry, but our lines remain vulnerable. What are the engagement that you are taking with various players? I'm raising this because over which I think will report in the next engagement around the your work over the Easter weekend. There are few of other institutions that have played part in terms of mending the borders. We've observed CAS and other institutions. Those collaboration are sustained or has to do with the weaknesses that we don't have resources, but we can bring them later, or what are the measures in place to make sure that many play, and in terms of the security clearance to work with them, have you ascertain the security clearance within those environment of the private sector that BMA has engaged with? I will invite you, Commissioner, and then you'll refer some of the issues to your colleagues.
That's great. No, thank you very much, Minister. Chair. And let's appreciate the committee members for all of the questions. Yes, indeed, Chair, the colleagues will be able to come through to assist in responding to the questions. As I always do, Chair, the nature of the questions that are always that are raised by the committee, if we are ready to do line by line, we will really require a serious time. But what we will then do is to definitely touch on each and every question and try to be as brief as possible in addressing the issues, but also make sure that we definitely respond to all of the issues raised by the committee members. My colleagues are here, they will be able to assist. Let's start with Honorable Ruos. And maybe on this particular aspect, let's appreciate the appreciations that the Honorable Ruos had actually indicated. And of course, the reportings that we also demonstrate, particularly in indicating that we have been observing, obviously, a decrease in the numbers of individuals attempting to enter the country illegally or even exit the country illegally. But we will do more analysis, more discussions, Honorable Chair, when we come back to this committee to report on the Easter operations. We will be able to give full statistical view, but also be able to give very clear grounded analysis in terms of what does data tell us and how are we seeing things going forward. So we'll have more deliberations in as far as those aspects are concerned. The main issue that the Honorable Ruos is raising is the issue regarding SAPS. And we want to put the issue very clearly in the committee. This is a very serious issue. This particular issue at the technical level, meaning between the Commissioner of the BMA and the Commissioner of Police, it has been, in other words, we have failed to resolve it. So that declaration is already there, and that declaration is already known. And the rationale for the failure to resolve it is because, unfortunately, our colleagues had not been assisting, has not been coming through in terms of us resolving the issue. So the issue, therefore, got escalated to the ministerial level, meaning the issue is now sitting at the political level. So on that particular basis, I want to clarify the technical issues around the issue so that when the committee is to move into what was cancelled last year, which was to convene both committees to resolve the issue, are being discussed. Fundamental issues around the technical aspect are very much clear. Number one, I hear Honorable Ruos is saying, is it really legal? Are we really supposed to be doing this thing? Let's put it this way. So there has been people at the port who were doing immigration work. Those people were employees of the Department of Home Affairs. Now, when we had to come into the ecosystem, we are given the responsibility to do immigration work. Therefore, the reality of it is there has to be a model. And the model is because there are people who are already here doing this work, these particular people cannot be fired. Neither can these particular people be taken to Home Affairs head office. But these people must be integrated because the function that these people are doing, it is now in the BMA and the people came. And I think the rest is history in this particular committee. We know we did the same. Environment, we did the same. Agriculture, we did the same. Health. Now, having done the same to these 4 departments, it is the same principle. In other words, there are people doing health work, people doing agriculture work, people doing environmental work, people doing immigration work. But there are people doing border law enforcement work. And that happens to be people working for the SAPS. And that happens to be the majority of the people in the ecosystem. And we talk here about 5,000 or so individuals. Now, in the same way that all of this process happened is exactly the same way that the police aspect was to happen. Now, Honorable Rose says, is it legal? Number one, border law enforcement function by law in South Africa, Border Management Authority Act, Section 4, subsection 2, it says, border law enforcement functions from the 1st of April going into the future, that those functions are meant to be done exclusively by officers of the Border Management Authority. That has been written by yourselves in this committee and ultimately signed into law. So there is no question whether this is legal or not. It is very clear. Therefore, what is the problem? The problem is, I don't even know what is the proper way to use, but people are just refusing, not because it's illegal or not. Maybe let me put it this way. Minister maybe will address this issue because Minister came into the meeting with his counterparts. I'm talking about Minister Schreiber. He came through with the former Minister of Police and all of the other colleagues, or all of his other colleagues. Part of the issue what we did, so that the issue becomes clear, Honorable Rose, that it is not something that we are trying to articulate ourselves, but we bring the office of the Chief State Law Advisor, not even any junior person, but the chief herself, together with her lawyers. And they came into the meeting. The only thing that they said was, you are not dealing with a legal issue here. I call it we are dealing with an ego issue, but in terms of the issue, there's nothing legal about it because the establishment of the BMA is basic. In other words, it's legal. So one of the fundamentals was, you will remember that the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, they affirm an act of parliament before even the president signs it, because to make sure it's not considered unconstitutional and all of that. So they said there is nothing legal here. There is a new organization to do this particular work. Now, they said the only issue we are dealing with possibly is a resource issue that might be mixed with other issues, but there is nothing legal. So I just wanted to amplify that part so that we don't get confused. Maybe let me conclude my point about the police this way, because I know that there are people who want to intellectually confuse something that is straightforward. The issue here is there is a unit that was called Border Police in the police, or actually it's called Border Police. Those border police officers are what we call border guards. Those are the people to be integrated. Once they are integrated, the relationship between the BMA and the police continue. How does it continue? Meaning, the BMA does not have what we call detective function, meaning investigation function. Meaning, as I said the other day, if somebody is killed inside a port of entry, that becomes a crime scene that requires the detectives of the police. It means the nearest police station gets called and the detective comes and take care of that particular crime scene. That is the relationship between the BMA as well as SAPS. And I can give examples over and over. If a car gets intercepted at the port, that somebody was trying to take it out and it is stolen, that car gets intercepted, it gets given to the nearest police station for the vehicle identification and investigation. You need to go investigate who's the owner and all of those issues. So there is no confusion on that. But what people do, they want to bring that aspect and confuse it with border police. and there is no any confusion. It's a very straightforward issue. So the integration of border police is a non-starter from a legal perspective. However, the issue is now with yourselves as this committee together with the political class to get it resolved. So that is basically what I wanted to say. Let me stop it there on that particular one. Let me quickly move to Honorable Mohale, and I think Minister will also amplify the points on that one. Honorable Mohale, firstly, lifestyle audit. We want to put it this way, Honorable Mohale, the problem still stands. We have taken the entire EXCO of the BMA, the entire management committee of the BMA, the entire port commanders of the BMA. We said all these people are leadership, we must lifestyle audit them. We presented everything to the Special Investigating Unit as an entity of state to assist us to get ourselves a lifestyle audited. And the SIU was very much explicit. Our work is not free. Our work is charged for, and they gave us a bill, 9 million. As you know, all these years going back, we've been operating at 80% plus, actually almost 90% COE, 10% operations. Now, we couldn't raise that kind of money to pay for the lifestyle audit. And lifestyle audit is not instructed in law. What is instructed in law is vetting. That is section 13.3 of the BMA Act. Every officer is supposed to be vetted. Now, vetting is not charged for. Vetting is done by state security agency. As you will know, in our legislative framework, especially the BMA one, we were not given the intelligence mandate, neither were we given counterintelligence mandate, in the same way that the police is given and the defense is given. Which is why the police actually are meant to vet their people, defense can vet their people. For BMA, when the law was designed, we were not given that responsibility, meaning we have to be subjected to the National Strategic Intelligence Act and therefore be vetted by the State Security Agency. Now, back to the answer. In terms of lifestyle audit, there hasn't been any lifestyle audit because we did not or we don't have any money that is on the table to enable us to do that. So that is the reality. So the question of whether we have moved on lifestyle audit, we can explicitly say we have not moved. However, what we have moved on is on vetting. So as we speak, our forms are sitting with state security and they are over and over coming to the offices, doing the interviews. Those that are to get top secrets, they go to state security to get, or what we call polygraph and all of this. So all of those activities are unfolding and we are able to pick up areas of vulnerability and therefore they're able to give us the report and we are able to move in as far as that part is concerned. So I just wanted to make sure that that part gets clear to say we are moving on vetting, on lifestyle audit, we are not because of the funding issue. And even if we talk about the 300 million given now, I think CFO will talk more on that. I don't even want to say, can we then have lifestyle audit in that money? It's already something else in a way. So let me come back to what are the measures that were put in place to deal with corruption. So one of the critical issues is the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum. It's a critical forum that has been set up, launched by the minister, chaired by the Special Investigative Unit. Inside of it, there is the Hawks, there is the Investigative Directorate of the NPA. We do have all of the law enforcement structures, including the anti-corruption team of the Department of Home Affairs. All of these are meant to do proactive work to make sure that we deal with the issue of corruption. That is why in the APP we talk about ethics. That becomes fundamental to enable us to be proactive and engage and teach and actually ensure that our people understand the negative implication of being corrupt at the border. Which is why when we do the awareness sessions, we call all of these people, including the Hawks. At the end, what we have also done is to engage with the Department of Correctional Services. They bring the people that used to work in the ports who are now arrested and they are now on orange overalls. They come in those sessions and they talk to the colleagues and say, I used to work here at the port. I took 100 rand from a traveler with a fake passport and I got caught and I got fired and I lost everything. So we do all of those sessions to make sure that we are proactive. in terms of dealing with the issue of corruption. So that is what we consider to be a proactive measure to be able to address the issues going forward. Next question, Honorable Mohale, what is our capacity as we speak? We keep on indicating we are still operating at 25% capacity. As the BMA, we are 75% short. In other words, we are sitting at just below 2,600 officers. We are supposed to be 11,200 as per the approved structure of the BMA in 2022, preparing for BMA to start in the 1st of April 2023. You will remember the money we requested at that time was about 2.9 billion to start the organization and get the structure capacitated. But at that time, we got 250 million as an additional baseline over and above the 1.4 billion that was transferred from the department. So that particular historical problem is where we are sitting today. We are less than 2.6 thousand. 1,800 plus are specialists. Those are immigration specialists, agricultural biosecurity, environmental biosecurity, as well as health. We have 600 border guards. We have 50 coastal guards. And the numbers I'm giving are the numbers as per the latest stable. And those are the numbers that we have. Therefore, we have 8,500 vacancies that are supposed to be filled. Over 75% of that 8,500 or 8,500 is supposed to be boots on the ground. Simply put, it's supposed to be border guards as well as the coastal guards, which is why the 6,000 police officers, if they were integrated, we're not going to say BMA is sitting at 25% capacity. Maybe we can be talking about 65 or 60% capacity because that 6,000 would have been counted in the system. When we say 8,500 short, it includes those 6,000 border police that are not integrated, who were supposed to be integrated. And that, in terms of money, it amounts to at least around 2 billion rands. So that is basically the essence in terms of capacity. Back office, we work on ICT, we automated processes, and we do not have much people in the back office. And that is why the CFO will demonstrate this money that was announced, which was also, I'm actually tempted to clarify this point, but I think I did clarify the last time. But the CFO will indicate how are we going to deal with those issues. Let me move with speed. Did we sign MOUs with SNDF, SAPS, SARS? Section 5, subsection 3 instructed us to do so. Section 27 of the BMA instructed us to do so. We don't call them MOU, we call them implementation protocols. That is how they are defined in the Border Management Authority Act. Those particular protocols were signed as early as 2023 when we started doing this work. I did sign it with Commissioner at the time, Masemola, I did with the Chief of Defense, and I did with Commissioner Kiswet of SARS. Those are documents that were required very explicitly by the law to make sure that we define our functions, we define our interface, we define how we're supposed to work. That is why, even if there can be confusion at the higher levels, there is not too much confusion on the ground. And that is why even police officers who are doing border policing work are asking us when we go to the ports as to when are we being integrated, because they know for sure 100% the work they're doing is border law enforcement, it's not policing. So there's no confusion in as far as that part is concerned. So those documents are there, we review them, we have implementation steering committees that actually meets once per quarter to review the work that we do with all of those structures, and there's no any confusion on that. We requested 3.2 billion in the last iteration of CARA application. Why did we do so, Honorable Mohale, through Chair? Was on the basis that when we applied the other year, when we got 150 million, is because we applied for 500 million and we only got 150 million. That was in 2023. So because we applied 500 million, we got 150. We know the police applied a higher figure, they got 2 billion. We know the military applied a higher figure, they got 1 billion. We applied 500 million, we got 150 billion. Then what we decided in the last iteration of 2025, we said, let's also apply higher. Maybe we'll get something. And that is why we made the application for 3.2 billion. And out of that, we got 50 million. And that is the reality. So on that particular basis, what impact will this have in terms of the procurement of scanners, procurement of drones, and all of that? Unfortunately, when you talk about 50 million in the bigger scheme of things of the work that we do, we can't even be talking about buying scanners. That one is a non-starter. We're not even talking to that. Now, drones, they will be, as the CFO had said, that we are going to try and use this 50 billion for. But one of the biggest fundamentals we're going to do is to look at basic tools of trade, such as your additional firearms, ammunitions, and things like that. So when you talk about serious things like your scanners, and I'm not talking about these smaller scanners, the real scanners are very expensive. And that's why we're not even looking into those issues. So the 50 million is being planned for in the current financial year, and we are definitely going to use it to do basic issues. Now, Honorable Mokhalio asking, is there any conflicting issues when it comes to us reporting to 5 departments? We report to 10, not 5. We report to 10. By law, we report to 10 ministers on a quarterly basis, once per quarter. And that particular structure is a legal structure, and our reporting is provided for in law. Is there any challenge? There's no any challenge. So what do we do when we go to them? So basically, we report on the work that we do. For instance, at the border technical level of DGs, we report to the DG of Home Affairs to say, with all the directives that you have given us for us to do the work on your behalf in the front end, this is how we have fared. When we pick up challenges that will require them to change policy, to change law, to change directive, we give that to them. And we are able to engage, and they're able to refine the directives, and they send us. We do the same to health. If there are issues on this and this, we deal with it. Maybe let me give a quick typical example of something that is topical. Foot and mouth disease is a problem inside the country. The Department of Agriculture is dealing with that. So part of what we engage with them on that is, we have been doing the work at the port. Is there any indication that any of the strains that are inside the country on foot and mouth, is there an indication it came externally? If so, which area did it come from, and what do we need to do to amplify our work? That is the kind of amplification that we do when we talk to the departments. And we do that at the technical level with DGs. We do that at the ministerial level. There is no any challenge. The only issue is to make sure that the mechanism is understood and there is better appreciation of the issue. The last one is the branding issue. Yes, indeed, we've been moving in as far as branding is concerned. You will see if you've been to some of our top ports, we already now have the Border Management Authority that says, welcome to Beitbridge Border Post. It is in the northern region. And this is how it is. When you go in, you will see, we say immigration work that side, agriculture, environment, and all of that. However, we have not covered all the ports as per the previous financial year. We have now taken that target out of the APP into the operational plan, and we are continuing to do the branding. What we are not doing is to brand the top 6 commercial ports, because they are going to be redone, redeveloped, and the entire place is going to be a construction site. Let me move with speed to Honorable Member Nguban. Number 1.
Yeah, move with speed, Commissioner, so that you summarize, and I think we've covered ground on most of the issues.
No, thanks, Chair. Now, in terms of Honorable Ngubane, once again, the issue that you're raising, Honorable Ngubane, is very much true, around the 100%. I suppose we might also need more time to go into the technical description in terms of the 100% target setting. The only thing that we can say for now, because of time, is to say we have done a study across the globe in terms of how they do their target setting, particularly when it comes to issues of illegal migration. And this is the standard practice. And it is very much impossible to set a target differently. And that is the reality of the work that we do. In terms of the work or the engagements we do in our strategic planning with external experts, whether it's academic and the like, that we bring into the ecosystem, there is no any other way to do it. And I suspect the bigger issue that we are raising is very true. you have caught 5, and you say the 5 that I have caught is the 5 that I'm going to deport, and you have done 100% achievement. What about the 20 that you have not caught? So under normal circumstance, one will say the 20 you have not seen. And if you have not seen, how do you know the 20 exist? And that is where the intellectual confusion of the target setting on this aspect is. And that is where the problem is. Now, if we use the mechanism to make a determination inside the country, Honorable Ngubane, the reality of it is there are many people who are inside South Africa who entered South Africa legally, but they ended up staying in South Africa illegally. And what does that mean? Number one, they came with a legal passport, which was valid, which was to expire in 3 months. They entered South Africa and they never left. Therefore, their passport expired when they are in the country, and therefore they actually became illegal. Therefore, they are now illegal in the country, but they entered the country legally. And therefore, that variable becomes difficult to make a determination in terms of the border management work. So the reality of it is, it's a very complex issue, and I think because of time, we'll not be able to look at. Now, the real impact. What is the way in which we can be able to make a determination of the real impact? That is why the broader ecosystem must work at port, but also must work internally to be able to make a determination. Have we seen a reduction of crime inside the country that is done by people who are illegal, for example, in the country? So that determination requires the entire JCPS to start doing that particular work. The only thing I can say, the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee has been given the task by the President and Cabinet to do that kind of a study. And that study will start to help us to understand if indeed the BMA work has a bit of an impact going forward. And that is very much fundamental. The issue of cybersecurity is very much critical, Honorable Ngubane, as you have indicated. And indeed, the issues of maturity becomes very much fundamental. The only thing that we can indicate, BMA since its establishment 1st April 2023, we have not as yet been hit, and therefore we haven't had a cybersecurity incident. However, the vulnerabilities remain. And for you to be able to be completely fireproof, you require some bit of serious funding into the ecosystem to be able to engage on that. The issue about reliance on ad hoc funding such as your CARA and all, what will be the impact if it does not come? We use CARA funding to procure tools of trade. We do not necessarily use it to run operations. So the running of operation is still baseline based, and therefore the money from CARA will use it to buy either a drone, will use it to buy guns and things like that. So there must not be much impact. The issue of the PPP, public-private partnership, is purely on the redevelopment of the 6 top ports, and on that basis, there shouldn't be an issue. The issue that relates to the issue of the 19 ports as reflected. We have identified the 19 ports, and these are the top ports that facilitate over 85% of the movement of goods and people. And on that basis, those are the ports we are going to start in this year to make sure that we roll out the EMCS 2.0 as indicated. Now, in terms of the other smaller ports, we know they exist. We are going to ramp up the process as we go. From a planning point of view, in terms of the APP, we had to plan in line with the finances that we have and the ability to deliver in as far as this issue. The issue of the ethics score in terms of the 30 over 100 versus 80 over 100 in the higher iteration. It is a very complicated scientific process in terms of ethics scoring, and that is basically what is being done. It's like scoring perception, or scoring what you will say is the people's views about a particular issue. You will remember even corruption itself is actually being scored in the same manner. So it is a bit of a scientific process in terms of how it is measured. With us, we are going to be doing ethics activities in the ecosystem, and we believe that when we go into year 5, we will be sitting at around 80% and all of that. Now, the issue of whistleblower protection, we do have what we call Operation Hitibise number within the BMA, and that is the number that we use to be able to deal with the issues of the reporting. We have not had any incident where any of the people that had reported any incident had actually been compromised. So we do that as confidential as possible, and that has effectively been assisting. The issue of business continuity, we do have the actual plan. We actually do have the mechanism. But in terms of the testing, of the entire ecosystem, that testing has not been done in a level that is very much scientific. And the reason for that is because we have inherited POS that has a lot of problems. Groblersbrug, for instance, we know if the rain comes very much serious, we are likely to close it because of flooding, and that is an annual reality. Now, the only thing we can do is obviously to shift the port as the plan stands, and those are the kind of realities that are there. So we don't have time to go too much into the details. In terms of the chair, as I conclude, is the issue around the issue of the border fence. Let me say this point. There is a bit of traction and discussion around the issue of the border fence. I think you will also, the minister will also touch on it, I suppose. There was supposed to be a flyby movement of the ministers to the north border with the oryx of the military to go see the reality on the ground in as far as this is concerned. So there is a bit of traction, and we do believe that there will be possible direct funding for the purposes of putting in the border fence. In terms of the issues of the cars, as you said, Chair, that we actually did a partnership with in terms of the Easter operations, we'll talk more on that when we come with the Easter operational plan. So let me stop there for now, Chair, with your permission quickly, just to allow the CFO to reflect on the issue of how are we going to use the 300 million in terms of the current financial year. And just apologies, just taking some bit of time. I suppose we're trying to at least cover all the issues raised by the members. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the extensive responses. CFO, then I will invite the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the 315 that we're receiving in this financial year, I think the letter is very clear. Treasury has requested that it be utilized for critical positions as well as any other operational cost. When we had the meeting with National Treasury, it was also clarified to say that no infrastructure would be able to be afforded from the 315 that was granted, as well as would not be able to invest in any technology. The business case that we had provided specifically said that in order for us to be able to invest in technology would require around about 500 million, which unfortunately Treasury could not provide. But we will continue our discussion. So 315 is for critical positions as well as any other operational costs that we might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Minister?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to just briefly comment as I run to the next meeting. I want to thank honourable members for their inputs and just add one or 2 points. I think Honourable Mogale asked about name changes. That is not something we can consider while we are in financial doldrums. But in that context, Chair, I think it's important to highlight another potential solution or part of a solution on the financial issues, which I think all members were really highlighting for us. We are looking at the rollout of the ETA and how that could potentially become not an ad hoc revenue stream. I think it's an important point. So not an ad hoc revenue stream, but something reliable and sustainable into the future. So there is a lot of work underway in that space, Honourable Chair and members. And I do believe if we get that right, we could have a very elegant revenue source and part of the solution going forward. Because if we think about it, Chair, what that would effectively be is foreign nationals paying a reasonable fee for a very good service, which is vastly improved from what they would have experienced in the past in order to get a tourist visa to South Africa. And then that funding goes towards strengthening our own border security. So in many ways, it is a potential ideal part of the solution because it's not South Africans, it's not South African taxpayers that we are asking to carry that particular revenue stream. And of course, it must be reasonable, not prohibitive, but we think that a very good solution is possible. And so we will report to the committee once that work is concluded. It's not something we can decide on our own. There's various steps in the process. But I do think, Chair, there's real potential. And effectively, we could then have foreign travelers funding the work we have to do in enhancing border security and even issues of infrastructure and all those things that have been discussed today. So that is something we are working on. And I do think it's an important potential part of the solution. But obviously, Chair, I think the question raised by the Honourable Ruas about funding and the functions and the engagements, I think the Commissioner has adequately covered just the enormous amount of effort that is going into finding a solution from the BMA and Home Affairs side of the equation. But it does take two to tango, Chair. And I think, we will certainly continue to pursue that, but I think the overriding message is we can't wait for a solution to come there, given some of the challenges. So in parallel, we are working on all kinds of solutions to see where we can get a more sustainable funding footing for the BMA, noting that there is a contribution from Treasury, which we do really appreciate. But of course, now we are creative and looking at new ways to solve this problem. And we will continue that work, Chair. Thank you very much, and please excuse me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Minister, Deputy Minister Jabulo, Director General, Commissioner Mashapata, and your executive, and all deputy commissioners and acting for the two presentations that we have received and we have interacted with. I really also appreciate members for having paid more time around these two APPs. And I want to appreciate the extensive responses that both the stakeholders, the BMA and Home Affairs, have able to demonstrate, but also where there are challenges, able to identify those challenges that are associated with the funding or resources, and where there's prioritized programs are associated with the planning of allocated resources. We'll step off this item, members, and proceed to invite the Parliamentary Legal Services. I said earlier on, when we open that, we're going to have a bit of extended time just to deal with the two items that will be coming in our on our table in the Parliamentary Legal Services, and Chief will also invite to brief the committee on the matter that the committee have decided to allow for proper consultation. Then after, we'll have a brief on the oversight work that we're going to conduct next week, or we can stay away that item, but focus on the two items. Then the study tour will have a communication or a way to interact with as members, because their preparations have already been concluded. So I'll, in this opportunity, we'll just take from now until the 3 o'clock will be done, or towards to 3 will be done, for the team to present short presentation, and then allow members to comment, and then we'll stay out the items. I'm not sure we're going to start, and thanks for staying with us. We have requested them to come back at 12:30. They've stayed with us for such a period, so we thought we must proceed with the meeting, and for allowing us to defer the matter to today since last week. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. I just need to share my screen if I can just request some indulgence.
I've made you a co-host. You can share.
All right. Please let me know if it reflects on your side.
Yes, it's reflective.
Yeah, you can proceed, colleagues. Can you unmute, please? Yeah, can you unmute, Mr. Matons, can you assist them to unmute, please?
Zingisa, you are muted. Can you unmute, please?
Thank you, Eddie. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear
just
you.
need-
Can we share the presentation?
All right, let me quickly share. Can you see it now, Eddie?
Let me, I can't see it.
I can see it on my side.
Yes, yeah, as the one that I just flighted now for you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your assistance. Chairperson, my name is Zingisa Zenani. I'm from Parliament Legal Services. I am assisted in the matter by my colleague, Mr. Lehotro Mushokwa, from the Legal Services team as well. And our duty today is to present the legal and constitutional issues that we've identified to arise from the bill based on the public participation report. Chairperson, as a way of introduction, South Africa is founded on a set of constitutional values, one of which is human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. The Bill of Rights guarantees the right to equality, dignity, and the freedom of religion, belief, and opinion. The Constitution permits limitation of the rights in the Bill of Rights in circumstances where the limitation is reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. Next slide. The marriage bill seeks to affirm the above-mentioned rights within the context of marriages. Key among its objectives is the recognition of all marriages, including those that were previously not recognized under any law. The Constitutional and Legal Services Office has considered the oral submissions received by the Committee on the Bill and the public participation report presented to this committee. We have also considered the responses provided by the department to the public participation report. This opinion is intended to make an input on the legal and constitutional issues arising from the bill and to assist the committee in its deliberations. Chairperson, you'll recall that this bill is actually based on the decision by the Constitutional Court in the matter of the Women's Legal Center Trust versus the President of the Republic and others. In this matter, the Constitutional Court declared the Marriage Bill and the Divorce Act, the Marriage Act of 1961 and the Divorce Act of 1979 unconstitutional, made findings that this legislation was defective, under-inclusive, and gave rise to various rights violations. The court in the matter held that by failing to recognize marriages solemnized in accordance with Sharia law, which have not been registered as civil marriages, as valid marriages for all purposes in South Africa, this legislation infringed on the rights to equality, rights to dignity, right to the children's rights, and the right of access to courts. The court in the matter suspended the declaration of invalidity for a period of 24 months to enable Parliament to remedy the identified defects. It also ordered that the existing legislation be amended or new legislation be passed to ensure the recognition of Muslim marriages as valid marriages for all purposes in South Africa and to regulate the consequences arising from such recognition. The period of suspension of the declaration was further extended by the Constitutional Court to 27 June 2026. The department introduced the bill in December 2023. It could not be processed due to time constraints, informed by the fact that the term of the 6th Parliament was coming to an end in May 2024. Once again, the bill was revived on the 25th of June 2024. This committee is currently processing the bill in terms of Rule 286 of the National Assembly rules. The legal and constitutional issues that we have identified from on the bill are as follows, Chairperson. Issue number 1, clause 1, the definitions. One of the issues arising from the written submissions is the alleged lack of synergy between the Divorce Amendment Bill and the bill this bill in that, sorry, my apologies, Chairperson. So between the Divorce Amendment Act and this bill, in that the Divorce Amendment Act defines what a Muslim marriage is, whereas this bill does not. This committee will recall that in the Women's Legal Center Trust matter, the court declared that the common law definition of marriage is inconsistent with the Constitution and invalid to the extent that it excludes Muslim marriages. It was on this basis that the definition of Muslim marriages was included as in the definitions in the Divorce Amendment Act. However, Chairperson, on this bill, clause 3, subclause D and E, make provision for subsisting monogamous and polygamous marriages concluded before the commencement of the act, which were not recognized under any law, and also the marriages entered into after the commencement of this act, which comply with the requirements of this act. Our view, Chairperson, is that the definition provided by clause 1 read with clause 3 accords with the Women's Legal Center Trust judgment, as these provisions cover all forms of marriages, including religious marriages and marriages therefore entered into or concluded according to the tenets of Islam are also covered under this provision. Second issue, Chairperson, is the proposal that the minimum age be increased due to the fact that 18-year-old people are often still students and lack the independence to marry without parental guidance. Chairperson, we align ourselves with the view that 18 years is the age on which consent may be given, is in line with Section 28 of the Constitution, Section 17 of the Children's Act, and the international instruments that South Africa is a signatory to. For instance, Article 21(2) of the AU Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, and Article 16 of 16(2) of CEDAW, to name but a few. Another issue, Chairperson, was the issue in clause 5, subclause 1C and 6(1)(c), the requirement that prospective spouses must be of sound mind. The concern raised, Chairperson, is that marriage officers are not medically trained to determine that parties before them are of a sound mind, and that it would be unfair to penalize them in terms of clause 17, subclause 4 of the bill. Chairperson, as explained by the department, the issue of sound mind is about mental capacity of the potential spouses to understand and consent to the marriage they are about to enter into. We also agree that the test is objective and each case gets determined according to its own facts. Chairperson, another issue is the issue in clause 5, subclause 2. The concern raised was that the bill must explicitly protect specific Babedi practices like Ngwetsi Lapa or family daughter-in-law under the recognition of custom provided in clause 5, subclause 2. Chairperson, in this regard, this specific clause is not intended to recognize a particular custom. It specifically deals with one of the requirements for a marriage. The types of marriages that the bill covered are set out in clause 3 of the bill. So this particular clause deals with requirements for a marriage, Chairperson. Another issue, Chairperson, was the issue in clause 5, subclause 4, the concern raised related to the verification of the apostilled letters of non-impediment in respect of foreign nationals. Chairperson, this in our view is an operational issue that concerns the department putting in place controls to manage the verification process. Chairperson, another issue arising is clause 6, subclause 2A, consent to polygamy and the necessity thereof. As highlighted above, this bill seeks to give effect to, among others, the right to equality. The Constitutional Court in Mayelana versus Ngonyama confirmed that consent by a wife to the husband's consequent marriages accords with Section 9 of the Constitution, the right to equality. The court held that any notion of the first wife's equality with her husband would be completely undermined if he were able to introduce a new marriage partner to their domestic life without her consent. This has been recently confirmed in the judgment of NRM versus FN and others, Chairperson, where the court declared that the deceased marriage to the first respondent was invalid because the first wife did not give consent to that marriage. For these reasons, Chairperson, the issue of consent remains an integral part of polygamous marriages. Chairperson, another issue is the issue of the proviso in clause 6, subclause 2A, regarding consent that must accord with customs and traditions of certain royal families. Clarity was sought on how this proviso interacts with individual human rights to equality. Chairperson, the provision states as follows: as a husband in a marriage who wishes to enter into a further marriage after the commencement of this act must obtain written consent from his wife, or in the case where there is more than one wife, his wives, as the case may be, provided that in the case of a royal family, the consent must be in accordance with the customs and traditions of such family. Chairperson, this committee will recall that this bill has not been certified as constitutional by Oxley. And an opinion to that effect was submitted with the bill upon its introduction and as required by Rule 279, Sub-Rule 3 of the NA Rules, wherein Oxley advised the Speaker that they were unable to certify the bill as constitutionally sound because the proviso in clause 6, subclause 2A creates a specific dispensation for women married in royal families, thereby unfairly discriminating against them on the basis of their right to equality. Chairperson, this committee will also recall that in September last year, we also presented an opinion on this issue and shared Oxley's views that the proviso created unfair discrimination for women in royal families and that it does not pass the limitation provision in Section 36 of the Constitution. The committee will recall that in that opinion, we highlighted the provisions of Section 9, subsection 3 of the Constitution. We highlighted the rights in Section 15, subsection 3A, Roman figure 1 of the Constitution, which says that this section does not prevent legislation recognizing marriages concluded under any tradition or system of religious, personal, or family law. We also referred this committee to Section 15, subsection 3B of the Constitution. We also highlighted the importance of Section 36 of the Constitution, where a certain right appears to be limited. Chairperson, we also highlighted the provision in Section 36, subsection 2, which says, except for as provided for in subsection 1 or in any other provisions, the Constitution, no law may limit any right entrenched in the Bill of Rights. We also highlighted the provisions of Section 211, subsection 3 of the Constitution, which states as follows: the courts must apply customary law when that law is applicable, subject to the Constitution and any legislation that specifically deals with customary law. We also highlighted the decision of the Constitutional Court in Mayelana, wherein the court said, whilst we must accord customary law the respect it deserves, we cannot shy away from our obligation to ensure that it develops in accordance with the normative framework of the Constitution. Chairperson, in King, NO versus and others versus the Yahar and others, the court held that Where subsequent customary marriages are entered into without the knowledge or consent of the first wife, she is unable to consider or protect her own position. She cannot take an informed decision on her personal life, her sexual or reproductive health, or on the possible adverse proprietary consequences of a subsequent customary marriage. Any notion of the first wife's equality with her husband would be completely undermined if he were able to introduce a new marriage partner to their domestic life without her consent. In Bear and others versus Magistrate Kylie Cha, the court stated that it bears repeating, however, that as with all law, the constitutional validity of rules and principles of customary law depend on their consistency with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The issue of consent in polygamous marriages must then be viewed within this the context of these legal prescripts. Chairperson, it remains our view that the proviso in Clause 6 imposes a limitation of the rights identified in the Mailani and lately the Women's Legal Center Trust decision, a discrimination on the ground of gender and marital status. Absent any justification proffered for the discrimination as required in terms of Section 36, such discrimination is conclusively unfair. In this regard, we agree with Oxlade that the bill does not pass the constitutional muster. Chairperson, another issue raised concerns Clause 6, Subclause 3, the use of the word husband, which excludes same-sex partners from the provision. The department is of the view that the exclusion in the clause accords with Section 36 of the Constitution, and had it not been specific, it would have unintended consequences. For instance, raising issues such as polyandry, which are not provided for in this bill. Chairperson, our view is that the clause is in the context of polygamy in any event, as defined in the Bill of Rights, and as defined in the bill. And you will note that the bill excludes same-sex. The definition of polygamy excludes same-sex marriages. Another issue, Chairperson, concerns Clause 11, Subclause 4, exclusion of ex officio marriage officers from exercising the opt-out clause. Our view, Chairperson, in this regard is aligned with that of the department, that in this that if this option would be available to ex officio marriage officers, it would result in unfair discrimination against mainly same-sex partners who intend to get married. Another issue, Chairperson, was the issue of prohibited relationships in Clause 11, Subclause 5C. Chairperson, in this regard, we also align ourselves with the department that the prohibition is in line with other legislation, including the Criminal Procedure Act. Another issue, Chairperson, is the issue in Clause 12, the objections and what constitute an authentic or valid objection. Our view, Chairperson, is that this is an operational issue that may be best addressed by the department. In our view, such objection would need to reflect sufficient detail to enable the marriage officer to objectively determine whether the objection is frivolous or valid. Clause 15, Chairperson, is another issue, proprietary consequences and the proposal of default regimes. A suggestion, Chairperson, was made to the effect that the default position in marriages should be the accrual system to prevent the murder for assets often associated with in-committee of property marriages. This, it is argued, will address the unconstitutionality and financial burden brought by the registration of such contracts. Chairperson, we refer this committee to the judgment of Ramulobi versus President of the Republic of South Africa. It's a 2017 judgment where the court confirmed that the default position in marriages is in community of property. The court also, this was also confirmed in the decision of Sitole versus Sitole in 2021. Conclusion, Chairperson, the marriage bill is premised on the constitutional values of human dignity, achievement of equality, and advancement of human rights and freedoms. Over and above this, it seeks to address the constitutional defects identified by the court in the Women's Legal Center Trust judgment, ensuring that the rights to equality, dignity, among other rights, are protected. Section 7 of the Constitution also affirms that the Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa and that the state must protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. As alluded to above, Chairperson, the bill seeks to affirm the rights enlisted in the Bill of Rights and balancing these in order to produce a statute that passes the constitutional muster. Chairperson, this concludes our input in this matter, and thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and response on the marriage bill public hearing consultation. The Chief State Law Advisor, is there any other matter?
Good day, Chairperson. Good day, all honourable members. Chairperson, we have considered this matter and we have met with the department and with the Parliamentary Legal Services, and we are in agreement with the Parliamentary Legal Services. We have nothing further to add, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The DG, Advocate Malikate.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as my colleagues from the Parliamentary Legal Services and the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. Chair, we have taken note of the presentation from the Parliamentary Legal Services. And Chair, we think that we are in agreement with what they have indicated, but as it relates to Clause 6 to Subclause 2, Paragraph A, we still believe that, Chair, we may need to still come back to the Portfolio Committee and present also the rationale why we believe that the proviso in that clause is required. We just, without going into detail on the presentation or the response that will be provided, is simply to indicate that we believe that we need not look at the element of written consent in a narrow manner, and that we just need to look at what would be the impact of that proviso, and as far as it relates to the customs and ways of nominating and appointing the next sitting king within the royal family. So we believe that if we were to have that broad understanding on the impact of what that written consent, if were to be required within the royal family, that it may have unintended consequences. So, Chair, we would be guided by the committee as to whether or not the committee would be open for us to make a presentation related to that. But over and above, Chair, we have noted the contents of the presentation and say for that area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Malikat. Can I check if there was as directed by the committee, a conversation with the COCTA? Can I establish that if there's any indication of a report around the matter that was raised by the committee?
So, Chair, we can confirm that there was coordination and liaison with the COCTA, as well as the COCTA and Traditional Affairs. The only issue that we may need to go back, because it was mainly on the regulation of customary practices or cultural practices, as it were. But we may need to just request the two Traditional Affairs to provide us with a comment as it relates to this proviso. The letters that we have received did not deal with the proviso, Chair.
Can I establish that the department and the both legal institutions still they are not finding each other on the certification of the bill based on the foundation that they've argued. Is that our understanding before I invite members of the committee and is that my understanding? Let me start with the Parliamentary Legal Services.
Chairperson, to be honest, I'm not really certain where we stand as we have tried to engage amongst ourselves on the issue, and it became apparent that we ourselves and Oxley still agree. And we, in our engagements, try to establish the basis of our disagreement with our counterpart from the department. And we are yet to identify the basis of our disagreement, Chairperson. And maybe it will be more apparent when perhaps our colleague is given the opportunity that he is requesting to perhaps table a presentation that explains the rationale for the proviso. But otherwise, at this current point, Chairperson, we are left nonetheless what the motivation is for the proviso.
Okay, thanks. I think members who have it is established that the work that has been done by both Home Affairs, Legal Team, and Parliamentary Legal Services, the Chief Total Advisor, on other areas, but also the certification of the marriage bill, where there are still existing differences on how this matter can be handled. It will appear to me that a great work has been done, and the department requests that we give them an opportunity to go back and reflect and further consultation with the COCTA and Traditional Affairs, and therefore will then they will come back. I will also obviously want the committee, lobby the committee to consider that we may need to explore for further advice around this question, whilst the department is still going to consult. That at the point that we're going to deliberate and take a decision, we're at least able to be clearer on the approach. Obviously, it'll be subject to scrutiny as we move forward and engagement, so that we don't deposit a matter to the National Council of Provinces, whilst ourselves as a committee have not satisfied clarity on why we've arrived at this decision that is advanced by the Parliamentary Legal Services and the state law advisors, or who took a decision on the basis of the advanced argument that were placed before the committee by the Department of Home Affairs. So those are the two issues that the committee may need to look at and how we move forward. But as it stands, my understanding or my reading of the meeting is that Department of Home Affairs request the committee for an extension time. They will come back to us. What I want us to also do when you consult with the legal team of Parliament, of COCTA, will request that in the next presentation, we have a collective presentation between COCTA and the Home Affairs on the issues of their consultation, so that it's on record, and even themselves able to interact with the committee. Can I check with members on the guidance that they think we can take? Ross?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm okay with the way forward. I know previously, sometimes in these situations, then we have also requested, it's one thing to get a presentation to say, is it or is it not constitutional? I would imagine it would be helpful to also receive an indication of what could be changed or what could be done. That is the proposal to then make it constitutional. I don't know if it's been left to us, if that's the expectation, or if we will receive that guidance or proposals as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think Honorable Ross, that should be addition on our way forward that the team may need to come back on these issues. Initially, was the Department of Cooperative and Traditional Affairs invited to today's meeting? If I may ask, Mr. Martins.
No, Chairperson, they were not invited.
Okay. Yeah, so in our next meeting, when we're going to deal with this item, we'll request that it involves stakeholders, even those that are consulted and are making their opinion on the this particular decision. They themselves must also come and make assist us with the presentation. And we'll propose that Director Generals, both of the two institutions, must certify this consultation, so that you don't find at a particular point the executive are absent on the process that we're engaging in the at the point we're going to deliberate, we do reference to the departments that they are leading or administering. So I think we can is that fine, Advocate Malekate, our approach that we're taking?
No, thank you, Chair. The approach is fine, and with our gratitude.
Ms. Sindiso Zenani?
Chair, I agree with the proposal, but we will continue with our engagements with the departments on common issues.
Okay. No, thanks very much for the presentation. I think it gives clarity. What it will mean, members, is that we, at our point, we must also go and do consultation around these issues that had been raised, and formulate at least a position that will be assisting us to have a conversation once all the reports have been presented and members will able to proceed on the issues that are being raised by our colleagues. Thanks very much. We agree that we'll. Is there any other item, Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, Chairperson, just a short brief on the oversight for next week on the program.
Okay, can we take 5 minutes on it so that we release members? We can release legal team and other colleagues for.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm just trying to show it, Chairperson. I'm sorry. Yeah, Chairperson. Yeah, this is the program of the committee. Members, you will recall that I did mention also on the program that we are going to have an oversight on the 29 and 30 of April. And then we are going to be in Pretoria on the 28th after our committee meeting. And then on the 29th, we'll be staying at the Protea Hotel in Mendi. That's the hotel that we have used previously when we were in Pretoria. And then on the 29th in the morning, 9 o'clock, then we'll be going to FSI building to have a meeting there. The meeting will start at 9:30. Then we are going to receive a briefing from the Department of Home Affairs on the ICT system and the digitalization project that has been scheduled. And then also we are going to have a briefing from the CETA and the CSIR on the support that they are providing to the Department of Home Affairs. So on the morning of the 29th, we are going to receive about 3 presentations. Thereafter, we travel to Pretoria East at Silverton. This is where they have got one of their project on the digitalization project. And then since we have received presentation from the department at the head office, then we are going to be engaging with the employees. You will recall previously we have received some emails of staff that are there that are complaining about their contracts and mistreatment. Then we're going to meet with them there for about 30 minutes, and then we're also going to do the walkabout. And then after that, and then we'll go back to the hotel. On day 3, which is the 30th of April, and then that time between 6:30 and 9, then we're going to have breakfast, and then 9:30, and then we're driving to BVR in Pretoria. This is the place where we went to previously, where the digitalization project is being implemented. And then we are also going to do the same thing that we did the previous day on engaging with the employees that are there. And then we are going to do a walkabout, and I'm informed that there is also the self-service kiosks that are based there, or 1 or 2 of them. We're going to see them and how they operate, if they're in operation. And then thereafter, we go to Church Square. It will be the same process. We engage with the staff there, and then we'll conduct a walkabout. Then we'll have lunch there, and then thereafter drive to OR Tambo International Airport. And then I'm informed by Thurston, who is not in the meeting now, that members that are going to be flying, they have received their flight itineraries. So if a member has not received that, and then please let us know so that we can make a follow-up this afternoon. Thanks, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Matonsi. Members, is there any other comment? Honorable Mahale?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to check with you. The hub in, I think it's in Bretts. I see it's not included there in the itinerary. And then second to that is the issue around the employees. There are employees, Chairperson, who did not renew their contracts, who have taken the matter to court. So I don't know if they are going to form part of our engagement with employees, because I don't think it will be proper for us to go there and also not to hear from them as to what their issues are. So I think we should also be able to allow them, as we engage with employees, to also get their views, because they are no longer going there. But the matter is before the courts. So I don't know how we're going to deal with that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Matonsi, on the Bretts matter.
Yes, Chairperson, we only have got 2 days of the oversight. That is the 29, and then if we were to drive to Bretts, we will not even make it there. If we look at the agenda, the first day, and also we have to go to Silverton. So, and then based on that, we decided that maybe it would be better to cut Bretts at the moment and then focus on the other 3 that are based around Pretoria. So that is the main reason, Chairperson, because we could not extend until the 1st, because the 1st of May is a holiday. And then on the issue of the employees whose contract have been terminated, I'll find out from the department on how we're going to handle that. Or maybe
Can I
members
check
can
what's happening at Bretts?
It's also it's a hub as well where documents are being digitized as well.
It's not where the manual documents are being
that one
located.
that one is Roslyn. At Roslyn, there are manual documents that are being prepared to be sent over to the digitalization hubs.
Okay,
For
let's work on this framework. One, I will consult the legal team of Parliament around the matter of courts with employees and us talking to them. And I will give that response to a meeting when we meet with the committee next week. We'll observe our work during our oversight so that we were able to reach out on all our issues. I'm sure the committee has a way to deal with their visits. And I'm sure Honorable Mkhalo will understand me without billing it out in this meeting. So let's note the matter that Honorable Mkhalo is raising, and then we'll then consult with legal team around these matters that are in court, and us bring people in the institution and the legality and the logistics around that. Then we'll brief the committee when we meet next week, Tuesday. Thanks. I think all are covered. This was the last item, members. Thanks very much and officials. Thanks very much for attending this meeting and also contributing to the discussions. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.